Botrix says. Botrix has correctly joined the channel. Botrix says. Botrix has correctly joined the channel. Fayulala says. Test.
самый, да, Ярослав? Конъектор. Ярик, пошли аккуратненько играть. Аккуратненько. Ярик, осторожно.
видео нахуй удалю, сука.
Да не надо.
После этой игры я нахуй удаляю все, блядь.
Не, у нас дальше Олегчик пойдет.
Да ну
Олегчик
в
смотри.
пизду эту хуету.
Пошли за мной.
This is easy. We kill them, and then we go home.
Не, это просто. На мид пошли. Ярик, на мид. Чекай. Не пик.
Когда хули вышел. Да, обамыся.
Справа.
Throw the decoy.
Блядь, ну просто.
То же самое, что и на
On box.
в соло идти. Ярик, ну ты быстро.
Supremacy1 says. Just followed the channel. Botrix says. Thank you for the follow Supremacy1.
Thank you so much.
Supremacy1 says. Your streams are pure entertainment. I would love to catch your next stream. Supremacy1 says. Add me on Discord Christian842 to share your username and streaming schedule.
Дал HP window. Short. Шлюха наша. Ёбаная.
Шорт, окна. Коннектор может быть. Джангл.
Planted.
Солнце все равно. Да я.
I'm not that good with the sniper.
What?
It's okay.
Together we can do this. Flashbang.
Нифига флешка.
15 левел. Найс. Ебать стиль.
Grenade out.
Шорт. Шорт.
I fucking shot him!
One two.
Сиди.
I throw the flashbang.
Губи, губи.
Right.
Это не реал, не реал.
Блять, он додумал уже еще. Сука, нет, нельзя. Ебануться.
Ну да.
Let's go, my brother. I'm throwing a flashbang. Grenade out. Grenade out.
One coming from stairs.
Отойди.
Throwing fire.
Пиздец.
I'm trash and I have 5 kills.
Move it, move it.
Window.
Throwing smoke.
The fuck?
Голубый план. Вот оно как работает.
Та сука, що за ёбане?
We're on.
Это я хуею. Все, ебало, тащ. Все, ебать, раздел.
Let's go. Grenade out.
Заебись.
Вот это плохо.
Бля, я в натуре удалил какую-то.
Да не надо. Отдохнуть надо от этого.
Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them. Deploying decoy. Flashbang. Grenade.
И цей, блядь.
Спина к спине.
Ёбаный
Рэмп,
коннектор, блядь.
рэмп. It was a terrible loss. Oh shit.
New level, and inside it, I'm creating our own customizable master material. I'm going to leave immersive mode by hitting F11, and then I'm going to go up to File, New Level. Hello and welcome back to this series on building a physical-based rendering material, a PBR material. We're going to learn the basics of physical-based rendering, and then we're going to learn how to set up our diffuse channel and manipulate it with a color parameter. Physically based materials and physically based rendering. What does that exactly mean? Well, we are going to go through the whole process of building out a physically based material and turning it into a robust master material. This is going to be our first step in creating that master material that we can use for multiple purposes. Now, many of us have been subjected to speeches where people start off with Webster's definition of, and then they insert the word of the topic they're talking about. And I'm going to do that right here, except Unreal Engine's documentation, definition of physically based rendering, means that the surfaces approximate the way light behaves in the real world, as opposed to the way we intuitively think it should. Materials adhere to the PBR principles are more accurate and typically more natural looking than a shadowing workflow that relies fully on artist intuition to set parameters. Okay, so basically, now that we have the Unreal Engine documentation definition, a PBR material has these key attributes: base color, roughness, metallic, specular, and then we can start talking about things like emissive and normals and various other aspects of the main material. But these are the key elements to the PBR material attributes. Now I've set this little demo room up inside of the content browser, and it has a unique feature that the normal projects don't have, and I'm going to show you that really quickly before we get started on creating our own customizable master material. I'm going to leave immersive mode by hitting F11, and then I'm going to go up to File, New Level, and inside of the Content Examples map, we have a special type of new level, the demo room base. I have selected that and created this room. Now the demo room is just that. It's very useful for setting up small demos and presentations. and we can change it to have as many rooms as we'd like. I only have it at one room with one demonstration display, and I have grabbed our shader ball, the Unreal Engine shader ball. And you might hear people say a shader ball, and that is a ball.
You mesh. No.
That we can put our material on, and it gives us different curvatures and edges in order to inspect how that material is going to look and how that material will look on various objects at different angles and curvatures inside of our game. If you're looking for something and you don't know where it is, remember we can select the Browse To button or use the hotkey Control B, and I have my preview mesh right here. I can bring it in and change the scale, but I already have done that. I'm going to get rid of that. Great.
Yeah, it's definitely too big. That's more like it.
Let's make our own master material now. Inside your content browser, make a folder called
It's here.
Materials, and then right click. We've done this before. New material.
Huh? Home. Oh, that's global. Okay, we don't want global. Just no.
Let's name it MM_master. Open up your new master material. Now we already know how to hold down the number 3 and grab a constant 3 vector, which we can apply to our base color, our diffuse or albedo, and that's what we're working on in this video. And I'm going to set that to a different color other than black, yellow. Now, instead of using a color, since we've already learned about megascans, why don't we use a megascan texture? I've gone ahead and downloaded a megascan surface to this project. Now, instead of using a color, since we've already learned about megascans, why don't we use a megascan texture? I've gone ahead and downloaded a megascan surface to this project. I'm going to go in my content drawer and megascans, surfaces. A rough rock, a different color other than black, yellow. Now, instead of using a color, since we've already learned about megascans, why don't we use a megascan texture? I've gone ahead and downloaded
Botrix says. Thank you for the follow Yancy Montana 889.
Thank you for the follow. So much.
a megascan yellow. Now, instead of using a color, since we've already learned about megascans, why don't we use a Megascan texture? I've gone ahead and downloaded a Megascan surface to this project. I'm going to go in my content drawer and Megascans, surfaces.
Okay, it's a surface. New surfaces. Let's do roofing.
I have a rough rock.
Ibrahim 20 Saad says. Just followed the channel. Botrix says. Thank you for the follow Ibrahim 20 Saad. Botrix says. Thank you for the follow it's Cosmo. Ibrahim 20 Saad says. Hi.
Hello, Ibrahim. How are you? Ibrahim said. How are you? كيف الحال؟ كلشي مزيان؟
Ibrahim 20 Saad says. Good.
Good. How was your day? How was your Sunday weekend? This is a nice texture.
Ibrahim 20 Saad says.
شنو؟ نحاولوا نتعلموا ال Unreal Engine. Trying to learn Unreal Engine
Ibrahim
to make
20 Saad
games.
says. HHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHعجبك text to speech ولا؟ نحكي دوي باش نسمع حيت ما نقدرش نشوف كنبقى نقلب ما بين OBS و البروغرام اللي خدام فيها ولا الجيم اللي كنلعبها كتعذبني شويه وما كنعرفش بلي ميساجات وصلوا ولا شي واحد كتب في الشات ولكن ملي كندير هاد text to speech كنسمع كلشي ما محتاجش نشوف في الشات باش نعرف اش كاين ولا حتى اذا شفت في الشات كنكون متاكد انه شي واحد قال شي حاجه شي واحد كتب شي حاجه في الشات
I'm going to select the
Okay, this is nice. This is a surface, right? Yeah. Add. Okay, it has been added. Add. Has been added. Add. Doesn't want to add it. Anyway, I don't really need it. I'm just learning.
The T rough rock texture and drag it into the material graph. You can see the green check mark.
Okay. Mega scans. Surfaces. Marble. Okay, this is the one. Texture sample. I guess. Nice.
Allows me to drag and drop that right inside. Now, instead of using the color, I'm going to use the texture. And you'll see that automatically replaced the vector with our RGB from our texture sample and updated the preview. Now, another way to bring in a texture sample, I'm going to select this and delete it. I'm going to
What does this mean? Physically based rendering. Yes.
hold down the letter T and let go. And now I have a texture sample. Since I had last selected a texture sample with our RGB from our texture sample and updated the preview. Now, another way to bring in a texture sample, I'm going to select this and delete it. I'm going to hold down the letter T and let go. And now I have a texture sample. Since I had last selected a texture sample in the content drawer, it automatically populated this texture with the texture that I had selected.
Okay.
I can hit the reset property button if I want to have it blank one. I can also type in the name of the texture that I want inside of the search bar under the texture parameter. Now, what if I don't want a texture? I want it to be a color, but I want to have the option to choose if it's a texture or a color. Well, we can use what's called a switch parameter node. I'm going to right click and then type in switch. And you'll find this static.
Cosmo says.
Switch.
What editing there?
I'm just learning. I'm currently learning Unreal Engine. Trying to know how to make textures. I found some cool textures in here. Like this one. And I'm trying to know how, like, to learn how to apply them. To control the textures and so you can see, you can change that to red, reddish, but we need texture right now to learn. This is a nice texture. Okay, this is red, this is texture, this is a switch. So I think we can put this in here, then this in here, then we can put this in here.
Cosmo says.
No.
Any particular game we're trying to learn it for, or just in general?
In general, and I wanna make a game. I'm trying to make a game like Assassin's Creed Mirage. I like that game so much, and it's Moroccan, so well, it's an Arab game, but it's not Moroccan. I want to make a Moroccan game with Moroccan theme and stuff like that. I want to make assets like the cistern in Jadida, which is very underrated. Like nobody knows about it, not underrated. It's gonna be a game similar to Assassin's Creed Mirage, but with a different story and different mechanism, because I'm not Ubisoft, so yeah. And I'm trying to make it as history accurate as possible. I have a good idea and I'm developing a story. Ultimately, I want to make a universe like Marvel and DC, but with characters from methodology and myths and folklore of Arab, Moroccan, and African culture and Middle Eastern. Because the Eastern side, like Russian and Chinese,
Is Cosmo
Japanese.
says. Oh, that's going to be a lot of time, but if you have enough dedication, you can do it. I wouldn't have enough patience to do that, lol.
Well, one step at a time. I'm working now on the first story. That's why I'm trying to learn Unreal Engine. So when I do when I finish the first game, it's gonna be easy to do the next one. But the first game is always the hardest. I'm really bad. Did you play Assassin's Creed Mirage before? It's very good. And for me as an Arab, it was a wake-up call. Because it was the first game that I heard, like a high-end game, AAA game, with Arabic voice actors, and the story is about like Arab culture and Arab characters.
Is Cosmo says. I have not, but I have played all the ones before it.
Yeah, it's I played it. I played some of them, not all of them, but it was some time ago. Latest ones, I didn't play them. I'll see if I can run it even though I'm streaming and opening Unreal Engine. Fuck. Okay. As you can see, this logo of Assassin's Creed is made of Arabic characters. It says, if you read it in Arabic, it says Sarab. Sarab is the translation of Mirage. Mirage, Sarab is the Arabic for Mirage. As you can see, you can see some signs of Arabic culture and tiles and stuff like that. As you can see, the flower is very famous in Moroccan architecture. Not Moroccan, Arab architecture. No, not this. What the fuck?
Iscosmo says, I don't play much games anymore since starting my own 5M city about a year ago. All my time and effort has been placed into that, so I don't play any other games other than that. And if you don't know what 5M is, it's basically GTA 5 roleplay for PC.
Oh yeah, I do. I did play it sometimes. I didn't play. What the hell is that? 5M. You have a 5M city? On what server? Or do you have your own server? I don't know which server are you playing, and anyways, this is Arabic architecture. It's very inspired from Arabic.
Iscosmo says, I am an owner of one.
Nice, that's very good. You see, they speak Arabic. This is actually like historically relatively accurate to Arabic architecture in the 9th century. You see? Heavily inspired by, well, it is based in Arabic
Iscosmo
city.
says, although it's been dead these past few months due to the holidays and also lack of development because I'm the one doing everything myself.
Okay. We don't have anybody who's helping you? Like any developers? To operate a server, you need a lot of people. One man job. This is not a one man job. As you can see, it is in the people speaking Arabic. When I did see it, it's pretty.
Iscosmo says, I've tried to get a dev, but everyone I have found either half-asses it or screws you over just for the money.
It does happen. It's very common actually. It's hard to find someone who would like dedicate his time to help you with something like that. Very hard. Because as you said, everyone is looking just for money. very few people actually do anything for passion, just for money, trying to milk any dollar they can get. So yeah, I understand your struggle. It's you're in a similar situation as me. I was trying to find like people who know how to make games on Unreal
His
Engine.
Cosmo says. And yet I wanted to play Mirage, but due to me focusing all my time on this, I haven't had time to actually play it.
You need some, at least mods to keep the server like watched and civilized. But you need new features and bug fixes and everything to keep the players that are already playing there. Because a player who finds like bugs who are not like old bugs and still not fixed, he thinks that the server is abandoned, so he doesn't bother anymore. He just goes to play on another server. So continuous development is essential to keep the server alive. But as you said, finding someone who would dedicate just a little bit of his time, it's hard. In this capitalist world, it's all for money. Passion isn't worth anything right now.
Make a switch parameter. It automatically allows us to type in a name. I'm going to call this, use what's called a switch parameter node. I'm going to right click and then type in switch. You'll find this static switch parameter. It automatically allows us to type in a name. I'm going to call this.
Oh, it's a different one. A static switch. Okay. Oh, this is true. This is false. Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice to switch between the colors and the.
His Cosmo says. Yeah, everything regarding the development side of things, it's only been me. I got people to help test and make sure nothing breaks, but as far as the development side, it's only me, and it can take a lot out of you. Botrix says. It's Cosmo, you leveled up to level 1.
It is hard. Just trying to fix bugs takes so much. Just finding them is hard enough, let alone fixing them. I do a little bit of development like on using Flutter. I didn't try to make a GTA server, so I don't know how the code works or anything, or what language it is used in those scripts. I only use Flutter and AstroJS, sometimes Node.js, because I did develop a Discord server
His
before.
Cosmo says. I've learned everything I know now myself.
That's good. That's good for you. It's hard to maintain all of that alone, but it makes you more of a valuable person. To know everything, to know how to do everything yourself. That's really good. Even though it's hard and takes your life away, literally, but you learn a lot. And it makes you like excel in everything. It makes you a well-rounded manager of anything.
texture or color. And now I'm going to pipe this into the base color. We have an error because we do not have inputs in A and B. You'll see here, hey, you got missing input in A and missing input in B. Are we using a texture? The default value is false. So if we are not using a texture, then I must be using a color.
Iscosmo
So our
says
default value is our
that it
color.
does LOL.
Yeah. The thing is, for example, I'm just speaking about development, like developing apps and you know, apps or websites, things like that, like coding. When you learn one language, when you go to the next language, it makes it so much easier. Like you already done like 50% of the work. That's why learning many things just helps you evolve. For example, I learned Flutter first. Then when I moved to play with JavaScript, I was already like knowing many things that I didn't even study. Like I didn't study it in school, it's all self-taught. But you get the point, like understanding JavaScript, understanding Flutter helped me like break down at least 20 to 40% of JavaScript. Like you understand the logic of the coding, the logic of development. And then when you go to this third language, let's say, I don't know, C++ or something, you did learn many things that helped you understand the concepts and the logic of development in general. So you apply the principles to the next one that you're learning, and the only difference is basically the syntax, because it's just different ways to do the same thing. You're going to develop an app or something, but there are many ways to develop it. Some of them are harder but more robust. Some of them are easier but prone
Iscosmo
to
says
bugs.
back before I started doing this whole 5M thing, I knew a lot of C++ and C# and a bunch of other coding languages.
That's good. That's great actually, because it doesn't help you just to assert your knowledge, but it's good for your resume if you want to work later in that field. So yeah, it's great. You're doing great. Even though it's hard to maintain a server all by yourself,
And then
but
our
it's good. You're doing great.
texture. Are we using a texture? Yes. So then I can say texture into true. If I uncheck false, we're going to go flipping between the two. True for texture, false for color. Now we're going to want to change this inside of a material instance. So right click and convert to parameter. Call that base texture. And we'll do the same thing on our color. Right click, convert to parameter.
Base color. Did I type?
Iscosmo says. And I didn't get training for it either. Most of the things I know in this life I've learned on my own just by taking one day at a time, flipping and learning the code one step at a time, like what's supposed to be there and what isn't, what works and what doesn't, kind of thing.
Trial and error. That's the name of the process. Trial and error. And that's sort of the best route to take. You're just trying things. They work, good, if they don't work, you know how things are supposed to work, and you understand reasons why it's not working. So it adds to your knowledge more and more.
Name it color. And I want to do one more thing with our master material is what if I want to tint our base texture? I don't want it to be yellow. I'm going to select our vector, Control D for duplicate. I don't want that to be a color parameter. This is going to be our tinting parameter.
Tintin? What the fuck? Control D. Okay.
And how would I go about tinting the base color? Let's say we want it to be more green. Let's change this to a dark green color. Well, I'm going to multiply the pixels of the base texture with the pixels of the tinting. And I can do that by holding down the M. What if I want to tint our base texture? I don't want it to be yellow. I'm going to select our vector, Control D for duplicate. I don't want that to be a color parameter. This is going to be our tinting parameter. And how would I go about tinting the base color? Let's say we want it to be more green. Let's change this to a dark green color. Well, I'm going to multiply the pixels of the base text.
Iscosmo says. Anyways, have a good stream, my friend.
Thank you for visiting. Thank you so much. What the fuck? Why did it change? Thank you so much, Cosmo. Cosmo, yeah. It's Cosmo. Thank you for visiting the stream and talking. It's not supposed to be like that. Why it's not?
Let's say we want it to be more green. Let's change this to a dark green color. Well, I'm going to multiply the pixels of the base texture with the pixels of the tinting. And I can do that by holding down the M key.
Okay.
On my keyboard.
Okay, let's change the name maybe. That's the problem? I don't think so. Okay, yeah. We just need to change the color. The name should not have the same name. Good to know.
And bring in a multiply node. We are going to multiply the green pixels by the base. base texture pixels. And now when I pipe that back into true, and we're going to turn on
Okay. Nice.
use texture.
Texture color. What? Which one?
Green. Let's change this to the pixel on my keyboard and bring in a multiply node. We are going to multiply the green pixels by the base texture pixels. And now when I put that back into true, and we're going to turn on use texture, we now have a green tinted. Now go in here and start changing this. Let's we start turning it off so we have less of it. We're desaturating it right now. A black value will turn off all of the pixels from the texture. Conversely, if this value is at pure white, then we're not affecting the pixels at all. Any change in this value, and it will be changing the color of the underlying base texture pixels. By default, we're going to leave it at white because we don't want to have a tint applied. Now I'm going to move the color down here and drag that over. Just tidy things up a little bit because I'm going to box this off by selecting it all and hitting C for comment. Now we can type in diffuse albedo base color. And that is a
Group them. Wait. What did it do?
comment box. Oh, I'm going to move the color down here and drag that over. Just tidy things up a little bit because I'm going to box this off by selecting it all and hitting C for comment. Now we can type.
Okay, comment. Base color albedo texture
Type in diffuse albedo base color. And that is a comment box. Also took me way too many years to figure this out. If you go over to your comment color and set your alpha to 0, you can just have
Wow.
a
nice
colored title bar. So you may want to just
material expression comment. This is nice. I like that.
have a color, or you can set the alpha on and have it semi-translucent or fully, up to you. In the next video, we're going to carry on learning about setting up our customized master material by moving into the next channel, metallic. Welcome back. We are continuing on learning about PBR materials focused around the metallic channel. In this video, you're going to learn all about the metallic channel as well as how to use the linear interpolate node. We left off building our base color channel. Now we're going to build out our metallic channel. I'm going to grab this comment box and move it up out of the way, focusing on the metallic channel. Now I mentioned that metallic is usually on or off, 1 or 0. I'm going to hold down the number 1, grab a constant 0, hold down number 1 again, and this time I'm going to put in the value 1. So now we have a on and an off.
No. Switch.
And we're going to use the same setup, a texture color, but this time is going to be metal or non-metal. So I'm going to use my Control D, and we're going to rename that to be metal or non-metal. I'm going to pipe that into here and back to our same error. We know how to deal with that. We'll plug in our value of 1 if it is metal, and if it's not metal, it will be 0. And that got rid of our error. And now our texture is a metal rock because we have our default set to true. Now that might not be very apparent based on this texture because it's not supposed to be metal at all. So this is where I want to introduce the linear interpolate node. And it is used so frequently that it has its own hotkey. I'm going to hold down the letter L and then let go, and then I get what is called a lerp node. Now a lerp node is easiest to understand by this demonstration of colors. I'm going to hold down a 3 to get a color, and another 3, so we have 2 3 vectors. I'm going to set this one to be all white, so we have a white on and off black. I'm going to put that into A, white in A, black into B, and our alpha is 0.5. Alpha is splitting the difference between A and B. So we have half white and half black. And what would that actually look like? If you at any time want to preview your node setup in its current state, meaning I only want to look at this little setup, I'm going to hit comment on that, type in lerp demo. And now I'm going to right click on the lerp node and select start previewing node. This will show me
Oh no.
the result of the node setup that I'm currently previewing. Now it looks like it's all white, but it is actually all black. If I type in 1, we're going all black. And if I type in 0, we're going all white. 0.5, we have our gray. It does look very white, but I assure you, it is a mixture of white plus black. Anytime you want to unpreview, right click and stop previewing the node, and we will be previewing the result node. I'm going to delete our little lerp demo. Now I want to demonstrate this with a texture. I'm going to go into the content drawer and find the Unreal Engine logo, drag the logo inside, and we have a check mark, meaning that works. And now I have the Unreal Engine logo. And what if I pipe this directly into the metallic? Now we have the Unreal logo as the
Okay. All right.
only metal part of this, and we can see that it is a little bit shiny. We do have the Unreal logo stamped into the stone in metallic. I can change my view mode and unlit, and you can see it's much better, but I'm not going to be using this in this style, just for demonstrations. So what if I want to have part metal and part not metal? Well, that's where I will use our switch in conjunction with our texture sample. I'm going to put the switch back into the metallic channel and move this over. And if it is metal, then we are going to use the linear interpolate, and we're going to use the RGB in the alpha and 1 in our A and 0 in our B. And now I'm going to hold Alt and break this connection and drag this into the true. So if we are using metal, then we only have metal on our rock. And this looks like I have the inverse setup, so I actually think we have to have 1 into B and Alt on A. There we go. So now if we are using metallic, we have the logo stamped in. And if we're not using the metallic, then we do not have the logo stamped in. Let's see how it looks. Using the vector, turn that off so we just have our color, and now we'll turn this part on, and there is looking much more like a metallic U stamped into our material. To recap, we added a switch parameter node that lets us add some aspect of metallic values or none at all, and then we used a linear interpolate node to add an alpha channel so that we can apply metallic to only the alpha aspect. The white pixels are taking the metallic value and the black pixels are not taking the metallic value. And now the last piece we're going to do is right click on this texture sample, convert that to a parameter, call this metallic map. And then we are not living in an on or off world. We can do stylization. And if someone says you cannot have metallic at 1 or 0, well, too bad. We're going to do what we want, and we're going to right click and convert this to a parameter and call this metallic value. Now we want to keep it between 0 and 1. And over in our details panel, we have a default value of 1 and slider minimum 0, slider maximum of 0. We go and add that to 1. and now they can only go, the user can only go in the material instance from 0 to 1. I'm going to highlight all these, hit C to add a comment. And add metallic. In the next video, we're going to talk about the specular and roughness channels. Welcome back, where we continue learning about PBR materials. This video is focused around the roughness channel, and we're going to learn how to manipulate that with our own parameters. We left off finishing up the metallic channel, and we are set up with a switch node, and we're using a metallic mask, and that mask is our Unreal Engine logo. Now, one thing I really like about Unreal Engine is how easy it is to copy and paste things. I'm going to select our entire metallic setup and scroll down, and where my mouse is hovered, I'm going to hit Control D, and I've duplicated that entire setup. Starting with the comment box, let's rename this roughness instead of metal or non-metal.
Okay. That's fucking cool. You know what? Okay. Can make like hidden messages or something.
We're going to call this roughness. And we really should update our parameter names because metal or non-metal, that was when we were using 1 or 0. Roughness or non-roughness, well, we're using a roughness map here. We have the map of the logo. So we're going to say roughness mask because we are masking using the linear interpolate node and our black and white texture. We'll rename this from metallic map to roughness map, and metallic value, we're going to change that to, you guessed it, roughness value. Now before we go piping in our mask, let's just test out a couple of constants similar to what we did with the metal.
It's not reflective.
I'll pull that over here. And I'm going to hold down 1 twice, and I'm going to drop a 0 and a 1. And now I'm going to test out the roughness at 1. That is 100% matte. Not shiny, not soft, 100% rough, and 0% roughness is like a mirror. Now let's remove those constants and pipe in our roughness map. Now we are set to true, and if we are true, then we're going to be using the linear interpolate, and we're using our roughness mask, and then we have the roughness map. And we're using the rough.
Okay. Okay, this is wrong. So this is the one. Metallic. نعم. لا. Is it shiny?
Roughness map as our alpha, and then we're going to be using and pipe in our roughness map. Now we are set to true, and if we are true, then we're going to be using the linear interpolate, and we're using our roughness mask, and then we have the roughness map, and we're using the roughness map.
Okay, now we're talking.
Map as our alpha, and we have a roughness value of 1. As our A value, and we have a roughness value of 0 as our B. Now, to make this even better, we should change this to roughness maximum and roughness minimum. Convert that to a parameter. Now I have more fine-tuned control. over the roughness values. Yes, we're going to use a roughness mask. How rough do you want the white pixels? How rough do you want the black pixels? And now we have a better control over that. Now, I do briefly want to talk about the specular channel. Specularity is a measure of how much light a surface reflects. And the specularity input is between 0 and 1, and it defaults to 0.5. It's particularly useful for non-metal materials. As I mentioned, I typically don't work on the specular channel. I usually stick to the roughness channel. In the next video, we're going to continue building out our master material and focus in on the emissive color. Hello and welcome back. We are going to talk about the emissive channel and get a little glowy in this video. So let's get started. We left off by dialing in our base color, metallic, and roughness channels. Now, anisotropy refers to how metal looks. Particularly, imagine if I had a buff tool and I buffed out metal and I started grinding the metal. You're going to see those kind of swirls and patterns in there, and that is what it refers to the anisotropy look in a metal. We're not going to be going over this channel in detail as it's not often used. I do, however, really want to talk about emissive because it is one of my favorite channels to play with. We'll take everything we've made above here and move it over here. Let's move away the stuff we already have so we can focus. In on this channel, and we are going to make use of what we've already done. Select the roughness work, Control D, and duplicate everything, and let's rename all of this appropriately to be emissive. And for now, I'm going to delete all of these variables so we can start again from the beginning. And let's just focus in on what does emissive mean. And we'll start by just implementing the emissive roughness map, not roughness map, emissive map. This is our new emissive map. So I'm going to take the emission and put it right into the emissive color, and automatically our Unreal Engine logo starts to glow. That looks great. I like that. Well, what if I wanted to glow a different color? Well, that would be very easy to do. I'm going to hold down the number 3 and grab a vector. Color, 3 vector color, right click, convert that to parameter, and call this emissive tint. Because I might want to change the color of that white U. And let's set that to one of my favorite colors, greenish, a green. Then we're going to multiply the green color with our white color. So pipe that in. In here, but before I do, apply the green color with our white color. So pipe that in here, but before I do, to make my life easier, I'm going to hold down Control, take that node end, and put it into the result of the multiply.
Botrix says. Thank you for the follow Gigabyte 21.
you so much. Thank you for the follow.
I'm going to multiply the emissive tint into our B, and I'm going to take the RGB from the emissive map into A, and it's not very apparent. It has been tinted, but it might not be tinted enough. So how do we increase the tinting power, or how do we increase the power of the emissive glow, period? Well, let's multiply that by a scalar value or a constant. So I'm going to hold down M, grab another multiply node, and we'll hold down the number 1 and drop in a constant. Right click on that constant, convert this to a parameter. And drop in a constant. Right click on that constant of the emissive glow, period. Well, let's multiply that by a scalar value or a constant. So I'm going to hold down M, grab another multiply node. And we'll hold down the number 1 and drop in a constant. Right click on that constant, convert this to a parameter. We're going to call that emissive power. Put that into B. And the same thing, let's hold down control. Make life easy. Easy on ourselves, put that result into this multiply, and now the result of this, our color, times our logo, times our power, and nothing's happened. What happened? Well, our power is set to 0. If I set it to 1, we're getting the exact same thing we'd done if we have not made any changes at all. Now, let's test out a power of 5. Getting brighter, 50, extremely bright, 250, probably too bright. 500, I'm pretty much blown out. I don't even know what I'm looking at. I kind of do. So, we probably want to set this within reason. Let's put an upper limit of 25 and reset the default to 5 or 15. And use your own discretion. Obviously, this is a case by case, and you are going to be either using this as a material instance for yourself or potentially designing this for another artist to use. Now, I don't always want to have things to be glowing, just like I don't always want to have things metal or rough. So let's do the same thing and right click, type in switch. We're going to get a static switch parameter, call this one emissive mask. Holding control, moving the pin, we get the error. Yep, if it's true, it goes in here. If it's false, I'm going to hold down a constant. We're doing nothing. We're doing nothing. 0. Default value is false. If it's true, then we're glowing. We'll leave the default at false, drag that over, and change the color of this background because it's looking a little bit ugly, looking a mustard. I don't maybe set this alpha to 1 and brighten that up. And there you have it. We have just set up our emissive channel with the ability to add an emissive mask and then change that mask with a map of our choice. In the next video, we're going to focus in on the normal channel and how to implement normal maps. Welcome back to building a PBR material working with the normal channel. We'll be learning how to hook up the normal map in our material as well as learning how to combine multiple normal maps together. Hovering over the normal channel, not really giving us a lot to work with, takes the input of a normal map. Okay, thank you. I'm going to grab one. What exactly is a normal map?
Here's the sad reality. You're all replaceable. You may think you're so important at work, but you're not. You're fully replaceable. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't work and give it 100%. You get paid 100%, give it 100%. But don't take it home with you. Do not take it home with you because you
Well, I've gone into my content drawer, filtering for textures, and I've put in _n because that is the proper naming convention. You're going to add a _n to the end of a normal map. That way it's very useful to be able to identify what normals are. So let's grab the Unreal Engine. And I've put in _n because that is the prop over the normal channel.
Oh. Okay.
Not really giving us a lot to work with, takes the input of a normal map. Okay, thank you. I'm going to grab one. What exactly is a normal map? Well, I've gone into my content drawer, filtering for textures, and I've put in underscore n because that is the proper naming convention. You're going to add a underscore n to the end of a normal map. That way it's very useful to be able to identify what normals are. So let's grab the Unreal Engine simple UE logo normal and bring that into our material graph. The normal input takes a normal map and it is used to add significant detail to the surface by modifying the normal or the facing direction of each individual pixel. When I apply that, we're going to see that now it's looking like it's extruded out and it's a little more three-dimensional. Let's hold Alt and break that node connection to see the difference. This is quite flat looking logo. Normal maps are particularly useful because they give the illusion of a higher detail than you actually have. So you could have a much lower polygon count mesh and then apply a very high detail normal map. It will make it look like it is a much higher resolution than it actually is. This technique is heavily implemented in the gaming industry and it is very useful in optimizing and lightening the load of static meshes. However, that's a little bit less relevant with things like nanite and improvements that have been made within the engine. Now, what if I had multiple normals? I have two normals. I'm going to go back to our content drawer and I'm going to grab this kind of a wacky swirl pattern and bring it in here. Now, what does that look like when it's applied individually? It's looking extremely weird. I don't want that normal applied to the entire thing. That's one problem. The second problem is, how do I combine the two normal maps together? I'm just going to move these nodes out of the way, give us a little bit more room to work with. And now I'm going to grab a blend angle corrected normals. What exactly does that mean? Well, that's giving us our base normal and then an additional normal. This material function is by default inside the engine, and it allows you to have a base normal and then apply an additional normal. So let's apply our base as our Unreal Engine logo and our additional one as this wavy, wacky spiral texture. Now I'm going to go back and pipe in the result into the normal. And this is actually blending the two normals correctly. We can see that we have the outline of the logo that's quite pronounced, but the other normals are even more pronounced. Now, what if I want to adjust the normal intensity of each normal? Well, that is going to require a little bit of explanation on why the normal map is looking like the colors that it is. So currently, we're going to keep the blue at a constant value of 1. And this is going to introduce a new node called the mask node, a component mask. I'm going to choose which values of the vector I'm going to use. So I'm going to right click, type in comp, and it pops right up component mask. Now it has by default RNG selected, and that's what I want. I don't want to be working on the blue channel. I only want to work on the red and green channel. I'm going to take my normal, holding control, put it in here, now pop that in. So I'm just getting my red and green channel, and we'll move that out of the way for now. We can actually break that connection by holding Alt because we're not ready to have that connected. And I'm going to then multiply. I'm going to hold down M, grab a multiply node, multiply the red and green channel by 1. That would be the same as if I piped in the blue channel into B. It's a coincidence that they're both B to B, but I'm going to right click and promote this to parameter. This is now going to be our normal intensity, but it's our first normal map, so our B. It's a coincidence that they're both B to B, but I'm going to right click and promote this to parameter. This is now going to be our normal intensity, but it's our first normal map, so our base normal intensity. And now promote this to parameter. This is now going to be our, move that out of the way for now. We can actually break that connection by holding Alt because we're not ready to have that connected. And I'm going to then multiply, I'm going to hold down M, grab a multiply node, multiply the red and green channel by 1. That would be the same as if I piped in the blue channel into B. It's a coincidence that they're both B to B, but I'm going to right click and promote this to parameter. This is now going to be our want to be working on the blue channel. I only want to work on the red and green channel. I'm getting my red and green channel, and we'll move that out of the way. The red and green channel. I'm going to take my normal, holding control, put it in here. Now pop that in. So I'm just getting my red and green channel, and we'll move that out of the way for now. We can actually break that connection by holding Alt because we're not ready to have that connected. And I'm going to then multiply. I'm going to hold down M, grab a multiply node, multiply the red and green channel by 1. That would be the same as if I piped in the blue channel into B. It's a coincidence that they're both B to B, but I'm going to right click and promote this to a parameter. This is now going to be our normal intensity, but it's our first normal map, so our base normal. Intensity, and now I'm getting my red and green channel, and we'll move that out of the way. I'm going to hold down M, grab a multiply node, multiply the red and green channel by 1. That would be the same as if I piped in the blue channel into B. It's a coincidence that they're both B to B, but I'm going to right click and promote this to a parameter. This is now going to be our normal intensity. intensity, but it's our first normal map, so our base normal intensity. And now I'm going to append. Append is bringing that blue vector back in. So I'm going to drag off of that. Now going to be our normal intensity, but it's our first normal map, so our base normal intensity.
Okay, I can just do this. Huh? We should be good. No. Yeah.
And now I'm going to append. Append is bringing that blue vector back in. So I'm going to drag off of that and search for append. And I'm going to grab the append vector. And this is going
It's horrible.
to bring in the blue channel.
That's more like it, I suppose.
From there, and we're bringing it back. So we have RG, and we're manipulating the RG based on a value. So we'll have that set to a default of 1. And now we're multiplying our strength by the red and green channels. And then we're appending the blue channel back into our vector. Now I'm going to put this inside of our base normal V3, vector 3, and it works. We get rid of our error. Now watch as I set this normal to 0. We are no longer using the normal of the Unreal Engine logo. Testing out extreme values is very helpful. 15, okay, wow, that looks terrible, but we can see that it is working. What we've done is actually working. Let's go crazy. 250, it looks very bad, but it does work. I'll leave it a default of 1. This looks a little sloppy. There's another trick. You can double click on a wire. And this gives us a reroute node. I'm going to drag that over here. And now we have this nice little tidy setup with the arrows are all tidy and it looks nice. And I'm going to
True. It looks terrible like that. Can I see?
Botrix says. Thank you for the follow Marco78245.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. That's actually a worse mess than I had before.
that here, and I'm going to hit C.
That's weird. It's working.
Call this normal base.
Marco
I highly dislike doing the
78245
same thing
says,
twice, so let's
hello
grab a
friend,
reroute node.
I came across your channel and I see that your viewers and chat users are quite low. As far as I can help you, trust that there are no bots. I can't do what will affect your channel. Kindly add me on Discord to discuss further.
No.
My username is Marcos047764.
I don't care about your username. You're a scam. You're a bot.
Make it tidy on ourselves. We're going to have it down like that. And this entire setup, I'm going to grab and Control C, Control V. It works the same as Control D. Many, many ways to do the same thing inside of Unreal. Let's delete this connection by holding Alt. I have the reroute node right here, so I can just pin that in. There's an error. Well, yep, because I need to grab the B value from this texture, and there's an error. We need to hook up this one, and now we have our normal intensity, which we could have the same variable for both of them and remove this entirely. However, I want to have individual control over the intensity of each normal, so I'm going to hold Alt, break that connection, and I'm going to rename this to...
Wait. Oh, yes. Okay, I missed that. I missed it. So, I'm gonna have this in here. Gonna have this. Control D. Right? And here. Gonna link this in here. Gonna remove this. Link this in here. Hmm? Oh, the blue. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Blend T1, T2. Blend T1. Blend T2. That looks good. 0.5. Yeah, that's better. It looks so much better.
And remove this entirely. However, I want to have individual control over the intensity of each normal. So I'm going to hold Alt, break that connection, and I'm going to rename this to top normal intensity. This is going to be our top normal, and then put that into the B, select those nodes, hit C, top normal. And that, if we set that to 0, that's much more apparent that this is working. Now, if we set it to something crazy, it looks very bad. So you do want to make sure you're setting up default limits within these parameters so that when an artist or somebody else or yourself go to use it, you're not going to accidentally set the slider to a value that's going to make the material break. Let's select both of the comment boxes, change the color to blue, and then highlight everything in here and hit C. That's our entire normal channel.
I don't think I need to just put this right here, this right here, this right here, this, like this, and then this right here, this right here, this, and this. This in the middle. That's good.
Drag that over here. And this is getting pretty big now. In the next video, we're going to learn how to set up a multi-stage switch as well as dive into the ambient occlusion channel. Multi-switching maps, ambient occlusion, how do they affect a PBR material? We're going to learn how to set up a multiple switch, and then we're going to learn about the ambient occlusion channel. Before we leave the normal category, what should we do? Let's add another switch parameter. We could actually add a few in here. Right-click, switch param, static switch parameter, use normal, question mark, and I'm going to duplicate that, Control D, use base normal, and then let's call this use top normal, and then we're going to make one more, and that's going to be use both normals. So if we are using the base normal, now zoom out, give us some more room. If we're using both normals, then we're going to use the blend corrected normals. Hold Control on the result and drag that into use both normals, and that is true. Now if we're not using both normals, so by default it's false, we need to ask ourselves this question. Are we using the base normal? If that is true, I'm going to add a reroute node and pin that in there. If that's true, then we're using the base normal. If that's false, then are we going to use the top normal? If so, then we'll pipe that in here. If we're not using the base normal, and we're not using a top normal, and we're not using both normals, then we must be using nothing. So we can add a constant in here.
N2 and N3. What? Yeah, yeah, yeah. There is no normal one.
Take a 3 vector, and inside of that, I'm going to change this to be blue, and I'm going to put that into the false category because that is what the normal value takes, is all blue. And now we have this set up.
Oh. Okay, no. So,
Use both normals. If that's true, we're going to be using this pathway. If I say no to that, are we using just the base normal? Yes, and then we're using this one. If we're not using the base normal, are we using the top normal only? Yes, we are. And if we're not using that top normal, we must not be using a normal map at all. So we've basically set ourselves up for multiple situations where we can have two normals, one normal, a base level, or a second top normal, which could be a second base if you're only using just the top. And speaking of that, maybe it's better to rename this instead of the top normal. This could just be second normal. And we'll use that as well with this. Use second normal. That makes more sense after we've built it. And this is all about the process. Part of Unreal Engine, another part of it that I really love is it's all about iteration. So rename, change things, rearrange, test things out, push values to extremes. This is part of the process. Now, before we exit this video on normal maps, I want to make a note on ambient occlusion. If you get a mesh that has ambient occlusion in it, you are going to find that it is useful for creating self-shadowing. And this is minor shadowing within the crevices of a surface, and it's useful for volumes and volumetric clouds. So a note on ambient occlusion, if you do have a map, an ambient occlusion map or AO map, then you're going to be piping it into this channel. There's no ambient occlusion map for the Unreal Engine logo, but something like a character or a prop, such as a camera or a high-tech asset, probably will come baked with an ambient occlusion map, and you will see that it has an underscore AO attached to it. Before we finish off our master material, I am going to cover on a packed texture. What is a packed texture? We're going to find out in the next video. This video is going to go over the named reroute node. You are going to learn how to optimize and tidy up your material graph by implementing named reroute nodes. Now, before you get started on your homework, making your own master material, I want to tidy up the one that we created and give you a few more little tips and tricks along the way. One of the last things we went over was these little reroute nodes. Now there's another form of reroute node, and it's called a named reroute node. And if I want to add a named reroute node, right click, named, add named reroute declaration node. I'm going to add that in here, and the name I'm going to call it is normal. Now I'm going to break this connection. We don't have our normal hooked up to our master anymore. I'm going to hook it up to this named reroute called normal. Back at our master material output node, off of normal, I'm going to drag off here, and we have the first category. We have a new one that's popped right up to the top, named reroutes normal. This is basically saying everything in here, I want you to go look for it inside here. Now take that pin and pretend that this is hooked up. It's linking this node to this node. So we can call large networks of nodes. I could go and take this. Well, let's make sure our normal's inside.
This
I
is
could take
amazing.
this whole network and bring it way over here. And now we just have this little normal. And when I double click, I'm brought to where that location is inside of my graph. It doesn't need to be anywhere near our output. It is handy to have it close by, but this is very convenient to be able able to give yourself more room to work and not feel so jammed up at the outputs of the master material. Let's do that for all of the channels.
This is very useful. Okay, perfect. Truly amazing.
Channels. Emissive, break the connection by holding Alt, pull off, add a named reroute. We'll call it the title of the comment box, which is the same as the channel it belongs to. We're going to do the same thing for roughness, same thing for metallic, and the same thing for base color. Now we have all of our channels boxed off individually. I'll go back and link them inside here. Named reroutes, base color, metallic, roughness, emissive. Now this is a lot more manageable than trying to have all these wires hooked up in here. The last part to organize our master material is to set up our parameter groupings. Staying organized is critical. This video is all about organizing our parameters into custom groupings. We've tidied up our master material to have our 5 channels, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 main channels. And now the next thing we're going to do is save, make sure we're saved up. I'm going to hit the browse to button and find my material, right click, create material instance, renaming this
It's not saved. Fuck.
to mi basic 01, and then opening up the instance, we have all of our parameters.
It looks like a ball. That's better.
We have our global scalar parameter.
Oh, come on. No, not stats. Where's the details?
parameters, our global static switch parameters, our global texture parameters, and global vector parameters. None of this is organized or named at all, and that is a problem. If you're handing this off to another artist, they don't know how to use it. You want to help make sure that they can use it as easy as possible by setting up some proper parameter groups and variable names. Let's do that now. Starting with base color, we're going to make a group which is 0, 1 base color. I put my texture or color switch parameter inside of that group. I'll do the same thing with my tinting, base color, base texture, and our actual color. And I'm going to do the exact same thing with the metallic channel as well as the roughness, emissive, and normal. I'm categorizing each of the variables within each of the channels so that when I go into my material and normal, I'm categorizing in our actual color, and I'm going to do the exact same thing with the, I'll do the same thing with my tint. base color, base texture, and our actual color. And I'm going to do the exact same thing with the metallic channel as well as the roughness, emissive, and normal. I'm categorizing each of the variables within each as well as the roughness, emissive, and normal. I'm categorizing each of the variables within each of the channels so that when I go into my material instance, they're nicely organized and laid out, and I don't have to go digging and
Just yes. Beautiful. Amazing. The fuck? It's killing my performance. Oh fucking hell. It's really killing my performance. I don't know why. I guess. No, it does.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mike here at Game from Scratch, and today we are checking out Project Titan from Epic Games. Now, what exactly is this? Well, this is a project, a community project, basically to do virtual world development. It was open to a number of different people. There were prizes available, and here you can see the end result, the actual game that is generated from Project Titan. Let's go ahead and we'll race into the world. So here you can see the world that was created. Now, there's a number of different zones and regions and art styles. And you'll also notice as I switch between areas, it chugs a little bit. So the performance of this could be a little bit on the subpar side of things, but you're going to see just basically a large number of different environments and qualities. By the way, this is all under the standard license, so you can download and use anything you see here according to that typical license. So you can see, again, this is a small subsection of the world because, again, a variety of different people worked together on this project, all had kind of different goals in mind. It was all coordinated by, there were project managers, etc., that were coordinating the work. But you get an idea, this is a small part of the world itself. So I go ahead over here and hit the tab key. You can see the map of the world. You got various different options available there. Again, it does chug at times, so let's go ahead and we will exit out of that completely. And here we are in the actual project itself. So this is opened up. This is the Titan main map. You're going to notice if you come into this, you have a world of content here. So go to the blueprints. You've got a number of different objects available for you. For example, that character we were working with right there. We've got various different things to use to create the level, various different pieces in the level, and so on. There is a ton of assets in this particular thing, and then of course we go down here to the environment, and you're going to find a variety of different things, such as the foliage collection here. You got a number of different things that can be used, and again, you could export these out to your own project easily enough, like so, or again, you can create and modify the world just as easily by dropping something into it. Now you're noticing we are in a very small section of the world, and if I zoom up, you're going to see all the various different biomes that are available. So we got like Mount Doom going on over there. We got some floating island forest areas and so on. So let's turn our zoom speed way up, and then we're now over here in Mount Doom. Now you might notice that Mount Doom looks pretty awful. Well, that is because it is LOD level. So what you do is come on in here and we will load the selected region, and it will then bring in this particular area for us. This can take a little bit of time and it's a little janky until those shaders load, so I will pause for a second. All right, so here we are about 3 minutes later. Let's zoom on down. All the procedural generation stuff happened. You can see, again, you get a little chugginess when you first load a new area in. An idea of this world biome though. So we got towers and environments again. So all the assets you are seeing here though are again under the standard license, which is pretty cool. At the same time, you can see when you load into a new area, it does get a little bit on the chuggy side because this is I would say it's a somewhat unoptimized level, but I do like the art style for being such a large collaborative project. It actually has a pretty consistent style to it. So whoever the art direction was, they did a pretty good job of keeping everybody on more or less the same page for how things work. Now, I'm in the wrong area, so this area isn't loaded in. Let's go back over here to where we actually loaded it in, get above the world, and here you can see, again, the stuff going on here. So sadly, Mount Doom does appear to actually bridge a couple of different zones. So if I wanted to see the entirety of it, I'd have to load everything in around it. I'd have to load in like this zone, and this zone. I'm not going to do that. We only have the one part of it. But you get an idea of what this ultimately looks like and what this project is all about. And again, it is huge. So let's go quick travel through our world. Again, we're seeing ultra low proxy versions of things. But here we are. It's the one corner of the world map. And it goes all the way over to this corner here. Again, multiple different biomes going on here. So there is the opposite corner, like so. And finally, we go down here past Mount Doom, of which I loaded this little section in. I head on over here. So it gives you an idea of the world you're dealing with. And again, everything you see here is included in this project. And that might actually tell you something. This project is not little. It is actually quite large. Let's get over to those details now. So it is available up on Fab. Once you have it, let's come on down here and let's find it. So Titan. And here we are, Project Titan right there. And can you see that number right down there? Yeah, that's 81 gigabytes. It is a create project type project, so you download it and then it will create a project for you. So that obviously means that you have to have somewhere in the neighborhood of 160 gigabytes of storage space to go ahead and check this one out. So yeah, pretty big that way. Again, it is up on the Fab Marketplace. The cool thing about it, once again, is it is under the standard license, so you should be able to use the assets how you wish. Though, let's see. Creators indicated that the digital assets promote a brand or otherwise. Okay, that's no big deal. And it doesn't use any AI. So yeah, you could theoretically use these however you wish going forward. So there's a little bit of details about how it was created. Another thing that you're going to want to note is the supported engine version is Unreal Engine 5.5. So that would be the current version. Just so you know, you're going to need to use the current version of Unreal Engine to open this guy up. And your minimum recommended specs are actually kind of BS, because you saw how it ran on my system. 64 gigs of RAM, a mobile GeForce 4090, and 16 gigs of VRAM. And you saw some chugginess. So on these specs, could be interesting, because it's so large. It's 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers open world map. There is, again, a character controller in there to run around in the world and check things out. There's no real game to the game, but you get an idea of the different biomes that were created in Project Titan. So yeah, here we go. A couple other areas. So you do get they did a good job in my opinion. I'm curious about yours, but they kept the art style kind of to that, I don't know, I hate calling it the World of Warcraft style, but it's very World of Warcrafty to me. So that was the end result of what they came up with. If you wish to learn more about Project Titan itself, they do have a blog post up about it. So it was a unique challenge that posed a simple question: what would happen if we got thousands of artists and developers together for one epic collaborative art jam? The answer to that question saw over 4,000 challengers sign up to contribute to Titan's spectacular open world landscape. 64 square kilometers in size, comprised 9 different biomes packed full of imaginative characters and assets. Now that world is open to you to explore and learn from. Check out the sizzle reel below to find out what you can expect to discover in this sample. I'd like to give a big shout out to all those who participated in the art jam. You rock. You can check some of the stunning artwork contributed by these talented artists in the Art Station Titan Art Blast. And then there's a detail here about how it was actually created. A little bit more. This was a talk at Unreal Fest Prague 2024. So watch that video there. And yeah, a little bit more kind of talking about it. And then training videos over the course of the project's 10 weeks. Epic and game industry experts provided participants with support through 56 training videos that covered many of the areas of game development. Those videos are gold dust for anyone looking to create expansive open worlds with tips, tricks, and nuggets of advice straight from the minds of game development professionals. You can watch the tutorial recordings on the Epic developer community. Use them as a tool to learn the ropes and sharpen your world building skills. That's all for now. We hope you enjoyed the sample project and sifting through the learning content. And so you can grab it again today. It is available up on Fab. As I mentioned earlier on, it is 81 gigabytes in size. So it is not something you are going to download idly. But it's a very cool project. I love these huge community collaborative projects. And again, I got to give credit to the art direction people. They've made it very consistent across all of the various different.
This is an award that I created because I like to know who you guys like to watch. Presenting the Streamer's Choice Award that you all voted for on your RSVPs, Tina Kitten.
When each streamer submitted their RSVP for today's show, they submitted their favorite streamer that they watched in 2024. If this streamer is attending, we're gonna have you come up and accept the award. And if you aren't, well, I get to keep the trophy myself. So the votes are in, and this year's Streamer Choice Award goes to it's the nails. Thank you. It's just really not coming open. Oh, got it. Oh my goodness. Wow. Hey, thanks. Oh. And the Streamer's Choice Award goes to NMP.
Okay, I didn't even know this was a thing. I didn't even vote. So, honestly, shout out to, Mr. Arthur, my team, Oro, my head mod. Without Oro, I wouldn't be here. All the girls that I harass like daily, they don't cancel me. Women, you know who you are. Big shout out to TVU Networks. They power all my setups and stuff, and everyone who voted for me here. I guess I'm not leaving empty-handed, which is pretty cool. Appreciate it. And everyone who voted for me, thank you. I didn't even know this was a thing, so yeah, I'm leaving. GG's.
It's so funny that Nick didn't know that was a thing because on your RSVP, Nick, you voted for yourself. So he must have just been confused. I looked at that and I was like, that cocky motherfucker. But yeah, good job, Nick. I think we all enjoy waking up every morning to your streams. We've got one more musical performance, which means
Someone says. Elki Ibra is rating with a party of 20. Batri official says. Elki Ibra, thank you for rating me with 20 spectators.
الخبرة فين؟ ايش قاعد؟
Batri official says. Thank you for the follow Black Cat's ETH.
Thank you so
Chino
much.
Sniper 07 says. Hello. HAC Man says.
ايش قاعد؟
Hackman. Batri official says. Thank you for the follow Chino Sniper 07. Batri
Thank you so
official
much.
says. Thank you for the follow Decolis. Elki Ibra says. Hani Leah bro. HAC Man says. Hola Miss Amaris. Batri official says. Free Palestine. Chino Sniper 07 says. L3 AOS. Chino Sniper 07 says. Had Enhar Itsita Doc El Bot.
شكرا شكرا
Batri
شكرا.
official says.
الحمد لله
Thank
كل
you
شيء
for the
لاباس.
follow X near. Elki Ibra says. Had El Bot Gotti YTL3 like F Rasekimkin. Elki
لا
Ibra
كنت
says.
كيكون
Ha
قضية
ha ha ha.
ساكتة.
Black Katsaeth says. SKTN3 Lena had Kygo HHHHHHHHHHH. HAC Man says.
That is كتوة.
HHHHHHHHHHHHH. Elki Ibra says. HHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHH. Chino Sniper 07 says. HHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHH. Chino Sniper 07 says.
لا لا مرحبا مرحبا خليك.
X Near says. H60 stream nice one.
نحيد
Elki Ibra says. Tiltitai.
control.
Elki Ibra says.
audio.
Guidani Enrage 3. Elki Ibra says. HHHHHHHHHHHHHHHH. HAC Man says. Akibra. X Near says.
ناس.
Ha 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 ha
شكرا
ha.
شكرا شكرا.
HAC Man says. Chino Sniper 07 says.
مسكتونا خلي.
Chino Sniper 07 says. Lerba.
أصلا نديرو
Batri
شيء.
official says. Thank you for the follow Smix
ناسكم
404.
شكرا. شكرا على الفولوز.
HAC Man says. Klemiskin Idar.
احنا نخليوه خليوه.
HAC Man says. Malo El Bot Makib Nadim.
الصراحة هو ما عرفت واش بنادم ولا لا. كنشك فيه. يقدر يكون بنادم و كيمثل انه بط وصافي.
Black Katsaeed says. HAC man anta 2 aselm bot. Black Katsaeed says. Dokchi 3/3 ajbk. Chino Sniper 07 says. Dam chi haja F3D modeling.
كنتعلم الاريال انجن. يمكن نكون باطو، ما عرفتش راسي، والله ما عرفت. يمكن.
HAC man says. Hackman Maki Hackman. Chino Sniper 07 says. Nady.
عندي واحد الفكرة ناضية، ولكن باقي ما كنعرفش انريال انجن مزيان، باقي كنحاول نتعلم له. باغي ندير لعبت سبق لكم لعبتو ميراج اساسين كريد.
Dekali says. Delhi 3 Ragali. HAC man says. Awa wa I. Battery official says. HAC man you leveled up to level 1. Black Katsaeed says. Not me.
اوكي نوريكم الجيم كي دايره. الجيم هي
Black Katsaeed says. Anna 7 asp fa entity.
ميراج ناضية. ميراج جات في بغداد في القرن التاسع.
Chino Sniper 07 says. Anta developer Deja. Dekali says. Teben Sedl Jazair 90WA3 Adma. Black Katsaeed says. I know the game.
يا كان ديفلوبي اغلبيه الابس، ماشي الجيم، ماشي الجيمز. عندي شي ابس كنت خرجتهم ولكن صغارين وصافي.
Gyre K3 Ma BA9 at KN9S asses.
يا اللي ناضي فيها
Sniper 07 says. Riskin. Dekali says. Nice. Chino Sniper 07 says. Ola MN0. Dekali says. Lada Berek.
لا زعما الجيم اللي غندير واش ريسكان ولا كتهضر على الابس؟ لا الابس كنديرهم سكراتش فروم سكراتش. بحال هادي مثلا غنفرقع البيسي ولكن ماشي مشكل. وين سيرف
Chino Sniper 07 says. EIC. HAC man says. Nichfar L3 Abad La 7 Way Yum in game.
تلفت دابا.
Dekali says. Fayulala in case you wanna make a game I can make music and sound design for you.
Yes, that would be great والله. دابا الجيم دابا بلاتي سكت هادي. دخلو كنظن باش تسكت. Sound.
Dekali says.
Yeah, تسكت.
I'm in.
قلت لك الفكرة ديالي هو انه تخيلوا دابا معايا شنو اسمه القصة ديال فحال هاد الجيم هادي Assassin's Creed.
And I can make coffee for you AD and Dekali's. Chino Sniper 07 says. For me I'm motion designer. Battery official says.
That's great. والله.
Chino Sniper 07 you leveled up to level 1. Chino Sniper 07 says. MRE7BA.
دابا الفكرة البروجي.
Dekali says. I prefer vodka but yeah coffee is good too.
خدام. قلت لك الفكرة ديال الجيم اللي غندير غتكون سميتها Deserted Tales. درت واحد الموقع صغير شوية، نحيد نحيدوها من الدارك ريدر. فيها characters.
Black Katsa Eat says. Mar 7ba Gotti Ender like Cheekle vodka and coffee DW. Day Collies says. Navy.
غادي قلت لك درت هاد الويب سايت هذا غير باش نحط فيه غير بحال الويكيبيديا ديال الورلد اللي باغي نكري. بيسكلي غنحاول دابا باش نرجع لكم القصه من الاول. بغيت ندير جيم على عيشه قنديشه، like imagine game على عيشه قنديشه، ولكن ملي مشيت كنفتش على الريسورسز على التاريخ ديالها اللي يعني كيفاش كانت فاش كانت بنادم في الاول وداك الشيء، ما جبرتش شي حاجه. يعني جبرت غير
Chino Sniper 07 says. Fikra. Day Collies says. Someone did it before.
شنو داروا؟ واش على عيشه قنديشه نيت؟ يعني التاريخ ديالها اللي قبل كنعرف واحد البوك، واحده سميتها سوريا كتكتب بوك، ولكن باقي ما خرجاتوش على حسب يعني قصه بحال الرومانسيه ديال عيشه قنديشه والتاريخ ديالها من قبل.
HAC man says. Shfty WA7DL3 EBA F2M Daro 3 Liha 7L9A. Day Collies
Exactly.
says. Waylakan list war dial ha it's something about Porutgal colonization and stuff.
Exactly.
Day Collies says. I knows the story.
يا اكزاكتلي. كي الاغلبيه ديال الريسورسز كيقول لك بلي كانت هي مجاهده في اخر في العهد في الاستعمار ديال البرتغال.
Day Collies says. El game 3 la 3 ika 9 endisa and Darid I guess. Batri official says. Day Collies you leveled up to level 1.
ولكن واش ندارت يعني القصه ديالها ولا غير لا يعني بحال monster running after you صافي. because I'm creating like a whole world ديالها يعني the whole story. وفتشت على resources there is none. There is literally no resources عليها.
Day Collies says. As a monster.
يا هذه الفكرة. أنا ما غنبداهاش as a monster. أنا غنبداها هذه الفكرة. شو غتبدا يعني الوالد ديالها، حاولت نخترع الوالد ديالها ونعطيله تاريخ اللي يكون.
HAC man says. Shfty L3 Ebali F2M Tajibo Gnadam Tigel Chaf Ha.
لا شو دابا الفكرة شنية؟ هو أنه الوالد ديالها غيكون من الناس اللي كانوا في شنو اسمه في اسبانيا في اندلسيا، الموريسكيون، من الناس ديال اندلسيا. وفاش وقعت داك معاهدة غرناطة، فاش خداو الاسبانيول خداو اسبانيا وجراو على الناس قبل ما يجريو عليهم بعدا خداو اسبانيا، يعني خداو الحكم. ولكن يعني قالوا غنضمنوا لكم الحريه ديال العباده ديالكم والحريه ديالكم، يعني حتى واحد ما يمشي له حتى شي حاجه، يعني غتبقاو عايشين كيف ما كان ولكن تحت الحكم الاسباني. فاش وصلت تقريبا ديك 1502 عام 1502 بداو كي المهم هرسوا هاد الوعد هذا وبداو كيفورسيو الناس، يعني المسلمين واليهود كيفورسيوهم انهم يكونفرتيو للكريستيانيتي. فاش بداو كيفورسيو عليهم انهم يكونفرتيو، يعني بنادم نورمالمون بدا كيهرب من اسبانيا، حيت كان عندهم يعني فورست كونفرجن، واما كونفرتي يا اما تموت، ما فيهاش، يا اما تستعبد تولي عبد. يعني ناس بزاف هربوا من اسبانيا في داك الوقت هذاك في الاوائل ديال 1500. هاد السيد هذا غنسميوه السي عبد القادر. غيهرب من اندلسيا، كان عايش في غرناطه، وكان يعني من نبلاء نوبل فاميلي. ولكن من بعد ما بداو الاسبانيول يعني كي فورسيو الناس باش يكونفرتيو للكريستيانيتي، ما بغاش وحاول يهرب، وحتى الهروب كان صعيب. يعني حيت هما كانوا كيفتشوا على كل واحد باش واما يكونفرتيوه واما يقتلوه، ما خصهمش بنادم يهرب وداكشي. فاش بدا كيحاول يهرب، المهم دوز معاناة، ولكن في الاخير هرب. ملي هرب وصل للمغرب، وصل المغرب يعني على البحر. وفاش وصل يعني استقر في الجهة تسوس مسادرة، يعني منطقة تسوس. تما يعني كان فاش بدا الجهاد ضد البرتغاليين وداكشي. غيتلاقى واحد السيدة، مش غيتلاقاها ولكن المهم غيتعرف على رئيس د القبيلة، د واحد القبيلة شيخ القبيلة، وبنته غتكون سميتها لالا زهرة. المهم غيتعارفوا، غيتلاقاو، غيتزوجوا، غيمشيو الجديدة حاليا. في ديك الوقت هذاك كانت مازاكان هي فاش غيدوروا الاحداث ديال الجيم كامله. فاش تما غيولدوا مريم، عائشه، محمد ويوسف و
Battery official says.
4.
Free Palestine.
عائشه غتكون يعني هما كاملين يعني بحال في المقاومه، ولكن كل واحد والخدمه ديالو. محمد تاجر، يعني كيمشي حتى لافريقيا، كيجيب السلعه ويبيع فيها ويخرج، يعني كيسافر، تاجر. يوسف يعني حداد و يعني كيدير الخشب وكيدير
HAC
كلشي.
man says. Abdul 9 Adar plus Lalazara equals 3H Amakinch Chico Haolakta.
لا كاين انا كنقول لك كاين يوسف خوها حداد ونجار. محمد خوها تاجر، كيمشي لافريقيا، لوسط افريقيا، كيجيب السلعه وكيديها، يعني كيبيع وكيشري. وغيتلاقى مع وحده من الكونغو كينغدم، في ديك الساعه كانت سميتها كونغو كينغدم، وغيتزوج وحده من تما من الكونغو، وغيرجع لمازاغان وغيعيش تما وغيولد وغيكونوا العيال حتى هما في القصه. المهم، وكاين مريم اللي هي استاذه ويعني طالبه العلم. وكاين عائشه غتكون مع الوقت غتكبر غتكون يعني physically strong and agile، غتكون داكشي النينجا، فهمتي؟ قضيه ديال النينجا. ملي غتكبر غتولي بحال القائده ديال واحد الفرقه ديال الاندرغراوند، ماشي زعما المقاومه اللي كتكون يعني كتحارب في الوجه، غتكون خدامه بالطريقه ديال غاريلا وورز، يعني داكشي حد ما شافش كاين، بحال اساسين كريد وصافي، داكشي ما كتشوفوش. يعني هي غتكون القائده ديال واحد الفرقه ديال المقاومه اللي اندرغراوند، كتخرج غير بالليل.
Black
وهنا
Katsaid says. Katchi Dil Assassin.
اكزاكتلي وهنا غنخدموا واحد الحاجه اللي اساسين كريد ما عندهاش، هو انه يعني القصه ديال العيشه قنديشه كتركز على انه يعني زوينه بزاف، زوينه لواحد الدرجه ما تتخيلهاش. عائشه غتستعمل her beauty as a weapon to seduce the Portuguese soldiers, and then فاش كتوصل مثلا كتجرهم، كتقول لهم يلا لواحد الواد هنايا قريب ولا شي حاجه باش نبقاو بوحدنا، يلا كتوصل لديك الواد كتعيط المقاومين اخرين، طين كيمشي فيها، واما موسى ولا هي بيدها كتقتلهم. يعني تما يكون الحركه والقتال. حتى من بعد غتكبر.
Black Katsaid says. Hiali Kati Humla Wad MMMMK.
هي اللي كديهم الواد، حيت you know شي واحد في ديك العهد، خصوصا في ديك العهد هذاك، very beautiful girl will tell you let's go to be alone، تقول لا you're gay. So they follow her. طبعا كيكون ديك skepticism but she's a good actor. She seduces them.
Black Katsa Eat says. H.
She seduces them to somewhere like hidden. فاش وفي ديك البلاصة هذيك كيكونوا مقاومة كيستناو يلا كيوصل كيدوروا به. اش كتعرف؟ اش درتو؟ شنو عندكم؟ ما كيدويش ولا كيبغي يغوت ولا شي حاجة، وغيبقاو ماشيين بحال هكا. وغندخل حتى واحد البلاصة لقيتها واعرة كاينة في جديدة، ماشي بزاف باش اكتشفتها، ما عرفتوش واش كتعرفوها. سيسترن، واحد البلاصة ديال الافلام، ماشي جات اندرغراوند. هذه اللي كنحاول نكرافتيها، يعني نصاوبها في انريل انجن، هي الاولى اللي غتكون، يعني نصاوبها هي الاولى، غتكون بحال الحبس ديال التعذيب
Black
ديال.
Katsa Eat says. We 3 Arftha. Battery official says. Black Katsa Eat you leveled up to level 1.
ناضية ما كرهتش نزورها ولكن ما عنديش الوقت تاعها. المهم واحد البلاصة ناضية هذه كانوا كيحطوا فيها الاسلحه ديال، كانت ارموري يعني كيحطوا فيها الاسلحه ديالهم وداكشي، ومن بعد دردوها ديال الماء كتعمر الماء. المهم هاد البلاصه هادي غتكون في القصه هي بحال واحد torture روم، غيكون البرتغيز torturing resistance leaders هنا. وواحدة من الميشنز غتكون بانه غتدخل عيشه لهنا كشي سو اجايل اند سموث، غتدخل لهنا.
HAC man says. Blazanadia ich hallway 7D at 7 BAS Fahaulkan T3 de blah.
هي فيها التعذيب، ولكن عايشه غتدخل، يعني واحده من الميشنز غتكون انها خصها انفلتري هاد البلاصه هادي وتدخل وتحرر داك الريزيستنس ليدرز. يعني هادي فكره اساسيه عندي يعني واحده من الميشنز، وهذه يعني مثال على الميشنز اخرين ويكونوا بازلز وداكشي، ولكن خصني بازلز اللي ما يكونوش يعني بحال اي حاجه اخرى. خصني شي حاجه اللي تكون عامره ب داكشي مغربي. كاين واحد البلاصه عاود في مكناس فيها واحد خصني نمشي لها حتى هي، فيها واحد المعرض ديال الاسلحه. من ديك الاسلحه بغيت نكرافتي انا 3 دي مودلز، طبعا ماشي سهله ولكن غنحاول ندير قدرت عليه. مثلا فحال هادي خصني نكوبيها كيف ما هي، وكاين بزاف هنا في بزاف ديال الاسلحه في المعرض هذا.
HAC man says. 3 ARF 7 ABS 9 Araki F Mknaznet.
لا ما عرفتوش، انا ماشي ممكن انا ماشي من مكناس، انا من تطوان. خصني نسافر، بغيت نسافر نشوف اش كاين في هادشي، نشوفهم بعيني ونحاول كرافتي ندير بهم 3 دي مودلز. كيف ما كتشوف يعني هذا البرج هذا عامر بالاسلحه القديمه، يعني من قرون هادي. ما عرفتش شنو هاد المصيبه هادي ولكن تقدر تكون في الجيم على حسب. خصني غير
HAC man says. Daba Hawa Kibir Tigalob Natum Twadar Fima 3 WDCH Grudge.
interesting. سمعت حبس قارة، سمعت به، ولكن ما كنظنش شفت شي حاجة ديالو اصلا. مم. دابا فحال هادوما يعني مواقع اللي واقعية، في يعني شي حاجة اللي كاينة
Black
في
Cat
الواقع.
says. DYRBA7L Chi Mathaa.
يا هذيك البازلز هذيك الفكرة، خصني ندير بازلز اللي غيكونوا يعني انسبيرين من شي حاجة اللي كاينة، فهمتي؟ ولكن ما عرفتش واش فوقاش تبنى هذا، واش كان مبني في العهد ديال 1500 هكاك، 1500 يعني، حيت الاحداث يعني الجيم غتسالي في. ممكن ندير بارت 1 بارت 2، باقي ما عرفتش بالضبط شنو ندير بالضبط، ولكن شكون كاين، شكون باقي هنايا باش تسمعوا القصه كيفاش غتولي عيشه قنديشه كيف ما كنعرفوها حنا.
Black Cat says. W9 Isla 9 Dim.
باينه فيها قديم، ولكن واش
HAC Man says. 18.
هادي جديده شويه، هذا خصني شي جيم اخرى. انا خصني دابا غير ديك الفتره ديال 1500 و 1000 قبل معركه واد المخازن، حيت معركه واد المخازن خصني تكون في الجيم، خصني نصاوبها في الجيم. في ديك الساعه يعني على حسب الجيم اللي غندير، عيشه قنديشه غتكون كتشارك فيهم، غتشارك في معركه واد المخازن. ولكن واحد الديتاي نسيت ما قلته، هو انه
Black Cat says. Hi lending HHHH.
ending but the beginning of something else. حيت معركة واد المخازن بلاتي نسيت واحد الديتاي بعدا، من ديك الريزيستنس جروب اللي عندها كاين واحد السيد سميتو ايدير، هو يعني
Black Cat says.
هو غيكون
MMMOK.
هو غيكون ايدير، وهو غيكون يعني her fiancé اللي هو part of the resistance وديما معها، ولكن هو is like they're both in command of the group، يعني بيشبههم leaders الجروب، يعني couple. he loves her too much to a crazy amount, like crazy. شنو غيدير، شنو غيوقع؟ اللي غيوقع هو انه في معركة واد المخازن عيشة قنديشة غتكون تما، غتحارب مع البرتغيز and she will die ولكن her fiancé will be so fucking obsessed with her and in love with her to the point that he's going to try black magic in a place called كاين واحد البلاصة اللي so fucking amazing كاين هنا في المغرب، سميتها وين تيم دوين. الا ما عرفتوهاش راه قديمه بزاف، وعاد اكتشفوها في 1800 كنظن 80 ولا شي حاجه بحال هكاك، ولكن هي يعني هو كيف راه قديم بزاف، يعني unbelievably old، ما عارفينش فوقاش بدا، وغندخلوه في القصه. كانوا دايرين
HAC
عليه
Man says. From 3 at Detlai Jana 03 and Darjalen Elbgra Otchi.
exactly. دابا her boyfriend or her fiancé will see that she's dead and he will not believe that she's dead. He's so obsessed with her. شنو غيدير؟ he will pick her body, her dead body and we'll go to this cave. Lee, they don't know, like nobody knows about it. ولكن he will take her to this cave, and he will try multiple ways to resurrect her, and he will start studying black magic at this point with his trusted members of the resistance group. حيت ديك الكيف هذيك راه صعيب بزاف باش تدخل له حاليا، وصعيب بزاف باش تدخل له. راه it's
Black
one.
Katsuit says. Dokchi Dil Full Metal Alchemist. Black Katsuit says. Anime Ila Cat 3 Rafo.
Yes, ديكشي بحال ديكشي. المهم he will learn black magic and resurrect her.
HAC Man says. D icon chi volley sala 7F hachi dial L magic.
Yeah, exactly. ولكن غيستعمل ديك you know the book شمس المعارف الكبرى. I will borrow some icons from there. شمس المعارف الكبرى. Search for it. It's a crazy book. It's well known.
HAC Man says. Black Katsuit says.
هذاك فيه شي icons وشي تخربيقات. I will steal some
HAC
from there.
Man says.
Yeah.
M3ROF.
هذيك. I will steal some symbols from there وندخلهم في script. فاش غي perform ديك black magic, she will come back briefly, ولكن she will come back like not in her right mind. بحال exactly بحال إذا كنتو تفرجتوا like باتمان فاش شنو سميتو جايدن جيسون باتمان resurrection not Jason Jason Todd, yeah.
In Sarajevo.
ولكن خصو يكون هي هادي. هادي لازاروس بيت اللي عندها ال properties ديال resurrection. هذا جيسون تود. غيكون مات، غيكون قتلو جوكر. نرجعو للجوكر كيلز وبلاتي نرجعو نكملوها من بعد. So فاش when you get resurrected you are so fucking violent على حسب يعني this story.
You returned to this world, but returned damaged.
سمعت شنو قال؟ you return damaged. They have like when you get resurrected على حسب الأساطير you come back with so much hate and desire to kill, to the point that you're not the same anymore. You're just basically a monster. That Jason Todd, the first Batman.
My army searched for months, but we were never able to find a body or pick up a trace.
The first Robin Hood.
I thought him dead yet again. But I hear you have been having trouble at home. I have returned your son to you.
this. Where's the clip? Yeah, what?
Black Katsa Eat says. Brother GN and GLCU.
Good night. المهم فاش باختصار قبل ما تمشي فاش ترجع she will come back very violent وما غتشوفش شنو كاين because she just got resurrected ما فهمش شنو كاين. She will kill her fiancé and all the people in there, so nobody will have a clue or a way to say what happened there. Like it's gonna be a secret forever.
Batri official says. Free Palestine.
Nobody gonna know anything. So في ديك الساعة فاش she's gonna kill her fiancé موراها غترجع لها يعني
Black Katsa Eat says. KK.
غيرجع يعني بحال الوعي ديالها غيرجع. فاش غيرجع للوعي ديالها غتشوف باللي قتلات her fiancé and her whole team. Then she's just gonna go mad. وديك الافكت ديال بلاك ماجيك غيتكونسونطرا فيها غتحول عايشه قنديش اللي كنعرفوها دابا وغتخرج من الكيف وغتبقى تقتل الى يومنا هذا. That's the story. يعني I will not focus on عايشه قنديشه as a monster, but her backstory as a resistance leader ضد البرتغيز invasion. وغنفوكسي على يعني معركة تواد المخازن غتكون تما وداك الشيء. Because when I searched about her informations or history, there is so little information about her.
Black Katsa Eat says. Good idea and story SAR 7A.
ومع Unreal Engine إذا خدم لي داك الشيء مزيان it's gonna be epic. غتكون ناضية الدل بصح والله. يعني حيت خصوصا Unreal Engine recently راه زادوا فيه شحال من حاجة رجع ناضي بزاف. يعني غتعيش ديك الشيء. والفكرة ديالي هو أنه بغيت يعني مع الوقت يولي هادشي بحال مارفل يونيفرس أو لا دي سي يونيفرس اللي فيه بزاف ديال الكاركترز. ولكن هاد الكاركترز كاملين غيجيو منين؟ غيجيو من African culture, Moroccan culture primarily of course, Arab culture, Amazigh culture and Middle Eastern. هادوما اللي ما عندهمش representation. حيت كتشوف في ايجا Russian culture عندها representation ديالها, European culture راه everywhere, Japanese و Chinese و like Asian culture عندها representation ديالها, Indian culture راك عارف عاود عندها representation ديالها. شنو اللي كيبقى بلا representation؟ MENA region and Africa. So بغيت نجبد الكاركترز غير من هاد الريجنز هادو باش نكري واحد اليونيفرس اخر اللي بحال هكا ويكون يعني يونيفرس كبير. وفاش غيكون يونيفرس يعني ديك الساعه سهله باش تكري, يعني كيكون well established characters وعندهم يعني كل واحد ستوري ديالو. ممكن دير مثلا سوبر سماش براذرز غير بديك الكاركترز هادو, فهمتي؟ يعني ممكن تكري شلا جيمز موراها ولا غير تانسبيري الناس باش يكريو جيمز. هاد كرييتي راه كاركترز ويل استابليشد كاركترز اللي ممكن دير بهم جيمز. حيت دابا فاش كنجيو ما كنجبروش يعني ويل استابليشد كاركترز. وكاين so many holes in stories and the history of these people.
Black Katsa Eat says. True.
So هاد النقص هذا بغيتو يكون opportunity اللي نستغلها. وطبعا ما كرهتش اللي يكونوا الناس بزاف حيت راه I cannot do all of that alone. ولكن كنفكر نكمل هاد الجيم هادي و my plan is to finish it before May. حيت في شهر ماي كيكون واحد الجيم شو في الرباط. كاين الجيم شو اللي كيدير شي جيم ولا شي حاجه كيشو كيسيها تما نقدر نشو كيسي هاد الفكره هادي يعني على الاقل بعد نهضر مع ناس بنفس التفكير وعندهم خبره في جيم اندستري. و حيت خاص بزاف، خاص الجرافيكس، خاص الميوزك، خاص ستوري تيلين، خاص بزاف. يعني داكشي for one man راه it's too much. It's overwhelming me.
Black Katsa Eat says. Yeah.
داكشي بغيت
Black Katsa Eat says. Cod Modil Bass 7.
بزاف. ولكن اذا كانوا الناس بزاف وعندهم passion for representation of Moroccan culture راه ما يكونش مشكل. يعني بغيت غير ندير تكون واحد الجيم بعدا غير فانكشنال، واخا ما يكونش ستوري كامله. بغيت غير نشوكيسي ان هالفكره راه تخدم، باش ان شاء الله في شهر ماي نمشي للرباط ونشوكيسيها في ديك الجيم شو ونوري هاد الفكره هادي، والله تستقطب الناس كتر. يعني جيم ديفز اللي مراكن اللي ممكن يتعاونوا معايا باش نكري واحد
Black
اليونيفرس
Katsa
هذا.
Eat says. La Homa Yasir.
امين I'm trying والله. It's not easy ولكن I will give it my all. I will give him my all. الله يكون شي حاجه. وفكرت في المهم هذيك فكره خليها من بعد. المهم هذه هي الفكره ديال الجيم اللي كنحاول نختارها دابا. علاش كنحاول نتعلم الانريل انجن باش نبدا الخدمه في الفيرست جيم. وجمعت بزاف د الاسيتس اللي كاينين فور فري، وعاد كاين واحد ايبك جيمز شرات واحد الشركه سميتها شنو سميتها يا كويكسل عندهم بزاف ديال التخربيق ديال شنو اسمه الاسيتس فور فري ومسكانين لايك سو so incredibly well. بحال مثلا عندك بازار هنايا، لا هذيك ميديفال شي حاجه، هادوما كاملين individual assets لا I can reuse. ولكن I will not have everything حيت كاين شي حاجات اللي in Morocco only, so I need to create it. خصوصا الويبنز اللي كانوا بحال هادي غير مسكانيه ولكن ماشي بزاف، ماشي high quality. So to make a game you need 3D modeling, you need shading, you need sculpting, character creation, music. عاد هادشي قبل ما تبدا الجيم، عاد مورا ماركتين عاد راه بزاف. يعني ما كرهتش لو كانوا شي دراري.
Black Katsa Eat says. GL Asadikon Kir Inshallah.
ان شاء الله يكون خير. يلا ما نزيدش نعطلك، هذه هي الفكره. ساعه كنكون مستريمي. حاليا كنستريمي اغلبيه وورفريم. تبليت بها حيت عجبتني الموفمنت ديالها سو فاكين سموث. ما كرهتش نريكريها في هاد الجيم هادي. دابا كنلعب جيمز وانا انالايزي يعني what's good about them to implement it in my game. يكون خير ان شاء الله.
HAC man says. Good luck in your game.
Thank you Hackman. عزك تلكاتشي. الله يعزك شكرا. باش برتيني في كورسيرا كنحاول نتعلم شويه. هاد كورسيرا هاديك بحال يوديمي.
See you.
See you. Good night. تهلا. كورسيرا كاين عندهم كورسز اللي كيعطيوك سيرتيفيكيتس يعني معترف بهم من ديك الشركات هادي. مثلا هادي ايبك جيمز عندهم هاد الكورس هما اللي كريوه، يعني created by Epic Games. Epic Games.
HAC man says. GM misbaninen.
Good morning مسبقا. Yeah, بحال هاد certificate. Like it's a professional certificate اللي offered by Epic Games as you see. كيعطيوك certificate اللي معترف بها من عندهم ومن عند بلايص أخرى، ولكن the courses are good. They're good. واخا كيديو الوقت ولكن they are good. بحال مثلا غير الموديل الأول اللي أنا فيه ماشي بزاف باش بديت، يلا كنتعلم. باقي لي فيها 15 ساعة ديال الفيديوز. عاد كاين small exams تما، activities practice assignment. موديل جوج فيه شي 3 ساعات كنظن، 3 ساعات ديال الفيديوز بوحدو. موديل 3 فيه شي 2 ساعات وشي حاجة عاود، يعني فيه داكشي detailed nice and explaining من عند ناس اللي خدامين في Epic Games، ماشي شي واحد هيدا وصافي. يعني employees ديالهم خدامين معاهم هما اللي داروا هاد الكورس هذا و approved by Epic Games. كيدي الوقت ولكن when I finish it I'm gonna ماشي غيكون عندي غير certificate ولكن حتى enough knowledge to make a game. هاك يقول لك introduction to game design، هذه خديتها. هادي عاود كان واحد الكورس طويل على كيفاش يعني فحال نوعا ما البيبر وورك اللي خصك توجد باش قبل ما دير الجيم، يعني كيفاش تبلاني الجيم، كيفاش تقدم الكاركترز الايفنتس داكشي، يعني كيفاش التيمز كيخدموا في الشركات ديال الجيم ديزاين وبزاف. هنايا كورس ثاني هو Unreal Engine Fundamentals، يعني الاساسيات ديال Unreal Engine. وطبعا فاش كتكمل الاساسيات كيكون عندك شويه ممكن يكون عندك واحد البلايبل جيم. موراها كاين جيم ديفلوبمنت اند بروتوتايبين، هادي فاش كتكون كرييتي شي برايمري جيم وبغيتي تيستيها باش تشوف الباغز وتفيكسيهم وتامبروفي البيرفورمانس وداكشي. كاين بلو برينت سكريبتين، هادي اللانجويج اللي كتستعمل في الموديفيكيشن ديال كلشي. كاين يعني كومبوننتس كيتستعملوا في ممكن دير ديفلوبمنت سي بلس بلس اولا بلو برينت سكريبتين، هي اللانجويج اللي كتستعمل في Unreal Engine. مثلا غنمشيو لهنا دابا، هذا كيتسمى بلو برينت. مثلا كتحكم كل ماتيريال كتحكم فيه في بيس كولر ديالو، تكستشر، المابس، يعني واش ميتاليك ولا لا، الرفنس ديالو. يعني كتقرا داكشي بالديتاي كل حاجه ناش خدامه. مثلا دابا هنايا هذا اميسيف، واش ديك اللوغو يعني عنده كولور يعني بحال البرايتنس ديالو. دابا اذا حيدناه بحال هكا اذا نقصناها as you can see كتنقص البرايتنس ديالها. اذا زدناها بزاف كتطلع برايتنس بزاف. كنخليوها هيدا. هنايا مثلا التكستشر هذا ممكن نحيدلو هاد انتنتد وندير واحد التنت ديال واحد الكولور شكل، مثلا فعود زليج عادي، حيت هداك زليج ممكن نبدلو الكولور. نرجعو بحال هكا مثلا هادوما اصلا ما كانوش، هادوما كيتكريو هنا. فاش كتكري هادوما وكتعطي مثلا الفاليوز داكشي، كيعطيك تشانس انك تكري هاد الفيلدز هادوما باش تبدلهم دغيا، باش ممكن تموديفي دغيا، ما تبقاش تحمق راسك منه. دابا مثلا التكستشر هذا نقدروا نبدلو التكستشر بحاجه اخرى. شنو هذا؟ تي patterned marble tile. ممكن نديرو old wooden door texture. نحيدو التنت untinted. as you can see ديك الحق هادي شايني، ما خصناش يكون ميتاليك، نحيدو ميتاليك، ولكن باقي شويه بحال كتسمى الرفنس. الرفنس هي هادي، نحيدوها، هي كتبان بحال الخشبه. نحيدو هاد امسيف، هي كتبان بحال بوكس ديال الخشب. و التكستشر ديال دور قديمه، وكتمشي لهنا مثلا حتى اذا بغيتي تكستشرز اخرين ممكن تكريوهم، اولا ممكن تمشي بحال فاب هذا شراتو ايبك جيمز اللي غتجبر فيه تكستشرز بزاف. مثلا غنمشي ل Unreal Engine، دير اد، دخل كويكسل كونتنت، as you can see كاين surfaces اللي ممكن تحطهم على اي 3D model كرييتيه. هادوما 3D models اللي واجدين، ممكن غير تهزهم. هادوما واحد الشركه ديال كويكسل، شركه سويديه كدير هاد المودلز هادوما. مثلا مشينا هادوما اللوكل اللي مانستالي انا، ممكن ندخلوا لهاد العمود هذا، كليكيو على اد، شوفوا واش يتزاد في الجيم. كيتزاد اللايبراري ماشي الجيم، ومن بعد ديك الساعه كتهزو من اللايبراري كتحطو في فين اي بلاصه بغيتيها. دابا باقي كنحاول نتعلم نعرف يعني الانريل انجن كيفاش كيخدم كلشي، يعني بالديتاي ديالو. من بعد عاد كنبدا الديفلوبمنت نيشان. نحاول ان شاء الله نكمل هاد القرايه هادي في هاد شهر 12 هذا، باش ابتداء من راس العام نبدا الخدمه في الجيم نيت، باش شهر ماي ان شاء الله تكون على الاقل واحد الساعه ديال الجيم بلاي to show how is the game and the vision for the game. كنظن امبورت لا بقيت امبورت. دقي شويه حيت فاتح quit desktop preparing shaders. و هادشي يعني هاي كواليتي بزاف، ماشي غير هكا وصافي. حيت هاد كويكسل هادي راه شركه سويديه مختصه في انها كتسكاني 3D سكان ديال كلشي. بحال اذا دخلتي لهنا هي كويكسل، عندهم يعني سينز اللي كاملين بكلشي ديالهم. يعني ممكن غير تلاشاري هادشي تحطو في الجيم ديالك وانت ناضي. يعني الحجر بلا ما تسكاني في الحجر بلا ما تكريهم راه واجدين، ولكن كاين شي حاجات اللي ما واجدينش اللي خصك تكريهم، حيت كاين نقص في اي حاجه اللي يعني مغربيه. خصني خصوصا حاجات اللي كانوا كاينين في عام 1500 يعني قبل معركة واد المخازن. يعني ما تجبرش بزاف ديال الحاجات اللي موراكن. مكاينش في كويك سالمار. ديرو ديك بازار فيه شويه ديال حتى فيه شي حاجات اللي ممكن نستعملو، حيت كيبان بحال شي سوق عادي، يعني سوق عربي عادي. as you can see شكاير وداكشي قديم شويه. بحال الحيوط والديور وديك التخربيق. هادو ما غناخد شي حاجه منهم، ما شي حاجات اللي ما كاينينش ضروري خصني نكرافتيهم بيدي. ولا اذا كان شي واحد يعني كيعرف 3D خصوصا بلندر ممكن نخدمو معاه صوبو هادشي. نشوف شكون اللي قال على حسب ميوزك. على حسب ميوزك. كل اسكندر هو اللي كيخدم في ميوزك. موشن ديزاينر. Looks like metal. Should not look like metal. Okay, that it looks good though. It's fine.
Let's do that now. Starting with base color, we're going to make a group. How to use it, you want to help make sure that they can use it as easy as possible by setting up some proper parameter groups and variable names. Let's do that now. We have all of our parameters. We have our global scalar parameters, our global static switch parameters, our global texture parameters, and global vector parameters. None of this is organized or named at all, and that is a problem. If you're handing this off to another artist, they or color switch parameter inside of that group. And I've got my parameter groups all organized. Base color, zero, 1, they're at the very top. That's why I use the numbers. 0, 1, base color. 0, 2, metallic. 0, 3, roughness. 0, 4, emissive. 0, 5, normals. Now, I want to showcase this. Normals, use the normal maps. Okay, use both normals. Yes, we have to turn that switch on, then this switch. That opens up these maps right here. Whereas if I have that off, those maps won't be available to me. So I need to turn on that to use those maps. Then I need to turn on the base normal and the second normal. I need to essentially activate the things I want to adjust or change. Okay, so I would need to turn on all the values in there. And I can turn off, use both, and turn on, use the base, and then I have to select this one to true. And now we have our base normal and our normal intensity. Those are already turned on because I had them turned on prior to opening this up, right? Prior to turning on the base normal. Turn off base normal, use second normal, activate. Now we have our second normal activated and the second normal intensity. Same thing with the emissive, we activate the mask, and now we have the ability to use a new map. But only after we have activated that we are using a mask. We can adjust the power in real time, which is why the material instances are very powerful. And notice I'm capped at 25. That's the value I put in on my slider maximum inside of the master. This way, you're trying to protect your artist from making bad decisions like setting things to 250. It won't let me. I'm typing it in. It will let me, but don't do that. The slider is there to guide you. You can go outside the slider though. And I don't want any power. I don't want any missive at all. Turn that off. Same thing with a roughness maximum and minimum. 0% max. That's how rough it can get. Then that's just the range that we're working in with that material. And maybe it's specific metals. So this is where you can define the values in here, and we have the default set up inside of our master. One last category that we need to go over, which would be our tiling or UVs. In this video, we're going to talk about UVs and briefly mention how to use a material function specifically for UV manipulation. And only texture parameters, we have this UV. Now I'm going to pull off that and we're going to search for coordinates. We're going to grab a texture coordinate. This is also done by holding down U for UV. So we have a texture coordinate. For UV is also done by holding down U for UV. So we have a texture coordinate. We're going to make a new named re node called UV. And I'm going to map that to all of the UVs in all of our texture maps. So dragging off of UV, I can now select the UV, and I'm going to copy that on all of them. Control D. So we have one on our base texture, we have one on our metallic map, we need one on our roughness map, Control D. Apply them to the emissive map and the normal maps. Now, for simplicity, we need one on our rough. So we have one on our base texture, and I'm going to copy that. On all of them. Control D. So we have one on our base texture, We have one on our metallic map. We need one on our roughness map, Control D. Apply them to the emissive map and the normal maps. Now, for simplicity and to introduce a new topic, material functions, and because we already learnt about megascans, I'm going to go down to the content drawer and under our megascan presets, I'm going to open up the material surfaces, just the normal surface material, master megascans surface material. And inside of that, megascans surface material, and inside of that has a folder called functions, which I'm going to grab the MF material function tiling and drag that into the world. Now I'm going to remove the texture coordinate, and I'm going to take the MF tiling result and put that into our UV, and then I'm going to hit save.
What's the difference? I don't see any difference actually.
Now, going over material functions is beyond the scope of this introductory course, but you can double click and explore just exactly what's being done behind the scenes. We could develop this ourselves and put it inside of our graph, but because we're going to be reusing it, it's better as a material function, so I can use it in any master material that I develop. I don't want to have to rebuild the tiling function every single time I'm building a material. I build it once, great, you know how to do it. Now don't do it twice. Use the function that's provided for you. When we go back inside of our material instance, we now have access to this 00 global. That's why I started with 01 and not 00, because I knew that I was going to be bringing that in to show you how easy it is to grab our tiling. And when I select tiling on, now we have the X tiling. We can see it's scaling that way. And if I want to reset that, but I want to actually offset it, now you can see we're offsetting the logo around, or we're moving it up and down. And we also have rotation.
Okay, wait. This is a pic. Yeah, we were shit at this match. We were actually shit.
global. That's why I started with 01 and not 00, because I knew that I was going to be breaking that in to show you how easy it is to grab our tiling. And when I
No, no, no. Okay. And this is epic.
select tiling on, now we have the X tiling. We can see it's scaling that way. And if I want to reset that, but I want to actually offset it, now you can see we're offsetting the logo around, or we're moving it up and down. And we also have rotation angle if we want to rotate our logo around here. Creating your own master material, the homework. It's your turn. Now you are going to create your own PBR master material. You can follow along with the lessons that we just did, or you can use those as a starting point to continually modify and adjust the master material to your liking to suit your needs for your artistic desires. I'd like you to make a master material that has parameters for the base color, metallic, roughness, emissive, and normal channels. You're not limited to use only these channels, but this is a starting out point, and these are the ones that I did cover to get you up and running with learning about making materials in Unreal Engine 5. After you've made your master material, you're going to instance your master material and create 5 unique materials. Those can be whatever you'd like. Some ideas could be metal, plastic, wood, cloth, stone, neon sign if you want to start using the emissive channel, or maybe only part of your object glows, or maybe only part of your object or material is metal or rough, or vice versa. It's up to you to let your imagination and the real world inspire you to create a set of unique material instances based off of your master material. This is an optional video to help you set up the material lesson homework. There's going to be tips on setting up your demo room, and I'm going to demonstrate my master material along with 5 material instances. Then you can make your homework inside of your first project or brand new project that you want to call materials, or you can make a demo room inside of the content examples, file, new level, demo room base. Then you can pick and set up how many rooms you'd like. And if you want to showcase your materials on cubes or on spheres or on planes or in a mixture of all of those items. You could have your main master material in the first room, and we have that set up right here. And then you can create instances and put the instances on either other shader balls or on basic shapes. Now you might also want to play with the lighting and adjust that, or you want to test out how materials look under different lighting conditions. I personally like testing lighting looks out under more of a flat ambient light than overexposed or underexposed. The default lighting is a good lighting at minus 46 degrees, which is a nice flat ambient look in the demo room. I'm a firm believer in practicing what you preach, so of course I'm going to do the homework along with you. Here is my example of the homework. I have in here the master material that we created together with a few tweaks of my own, and then I went and created 5 material instances and set them up down this hallway in our demo room. If I select the demo room, I'm able to adjust the number of rooms. The first index is our first room here, and I only want it to be 1. The second room has 5 spaces, and each of these demo blocks is spaced 1,000 units apart from the center point. So I made a basic stone material, and that was pretty much using the Megascan textures that we had originally downloaded and started to utilize when discovering the PBR workflow. The second material I made was a brick wall material, and then I modified this instance so that it's not really using much of the roughness channel, and it is making heavy use of the normal maps to give that fake 3D brick look. That's just a plane. I made a colored plastic material. It's very bright, a little bit too bright, probably obnoxious. I'm going to move on to my next one here. This one, I don't even know what to call it. I just started experimenting. Is it a porous cloth? Is it leather? Is it a basketball material? It could even be some kind of an alien skin. We can turn it a different color and make it weird. Maybe it's an alien egg in your next game that's having hatchlings. I'm not sure. Finally, I wanted to make sort of a grimy, dirty gold. We've pulled up some gold buried at the bottom of the ocean, and the bars have the Unreal Engine logo stamped on them. They're still shiny, but they are grimy and gritty. So that's using a roughness and a metallic map and our logo to stamp in there. And I've also changed the UV scale so we can see that we have multiple copies of the logo stamped in there. I'm looking forward to seeing what you create with your master material, how you modify it, how you make it your own. Some ideas on making it your own would possibly be having, instead of just a texture or color, a color mask. And we could utilize 2 different colors, an A and a B color. How would you go about setting that up? What if I also wanted to instead utilize a roughness min-max and not a roughness mask? How would you go about setting something like that up? Think about utilizing the multi-switch technique that we had made with the normal base and the second normal, and how you could implement something like that in some of the other channels, in the emissive channel or in the roughness channel or the base color. Use your imagination, get creative, get experimental, and don't be afraid to do the wrong thing. Be afraid not to do the wrong thing, right? We are in a time now you want to learn and make mistakes and have fun. And wow, look at that material. When we started this out, we were so small, and now our node tree looks very large. And by the end of this lesson, you'll have produced this, and you should be very proud of what you have created. I will see you in the next module. I can't wait, where we dive into world building. We're going to apply all of our material skills to the unique landscapes that we build. I will see you there.
The hell? Ambient light. No. What?
Welcome back. You've just embarked on Welcome back. You've just embarked on an incredible journey. You took the first steps. You went and started learning the foundations, the fundamentals of Unreal Engine. Our adventure began with the basics, downloading and installing Unreal Engine, followed by a dive into Epic Games Launcher. It was your gateway into creating your very first project, where the potential of Unreal Engine started to unfold and bud inside of your mind's eye. Each of the menus we explored, from world settings to editor preferences and project settings, added a new tool to your belt of Unreal Engine skills. The content browser became your library, a trove of assets at your disposal. You've learned to manage these assets efficiently, beginning to understand the art of actor transformations. When questions arose, you knew where to find the answers, delving into documentation and the supportive Unreal Engine community. Then came the magic of Quixel and the world of materials. You access Quixel Bridge directly from Unreal Engine, bringing in 3D assets and other elements to enrich your projects. Creating your first material, you began to understand the power of physical-based rendering, playing with diffuse, metallic, roughness, and more to breathe life into your worlds through material creation. As you modify materials and craft instances, you not only learn about blend modes and shading models, but you also embarked on the power of creating your own PBR master material. The homework you've completed is not only a task, but a testament to your growing mastery of the endless possibilities that await you on your game design adventures. As we close this chapter, remember, this is just the beginning. Ahead lies the vast realm of world building, where your creativity will shape worlds beyond imagination. Stay curious, stay creative, and let's build these worlds together. Don't forget to share your projects and connect with fellow creators. Your journey in Unreal Engine is unique, and your stories inspire us all. Join me inside of Module 2, where we'll begin to bring these worlds to life. Until then, keep creating, keep exploring, and never stop dreaming up the possibilities that you want to bring to life inside of this engine. I will see you in the next module.
100%. Nice.
Welcome to Module 2, Introduction to World Building. There are 3 lessons in this module, and it is by far the heaviest module to get through, but it is because world building is the powerhouse of Unreal Engine, and it will serve as the backbone for all of your future learning as you progress through your game development journey. We're starting off with Landscape Mode Fundamentals, where you will learn the basics of Landscape Mode, sculpting, painting, and managing landscapes. Importing and using height maps, alpha brushes, packed textures, those are all covered, as well as basic landscape material creation. Next, we will move on to refining your landscape, where you will learn how to improve your landscape material by adjusting UV coordinates, texture variation, addressing issues such as repetition and blending. Then we'll learn how to use our landscape material to apply grass. We'll learn about the foliage tools to be able to paint down forests and any kind of static mesh actors that we like. And in the final lesson, World Building Techniques, we will cover topics such as auto materials, layers, splines, landmass, blueprint brushes. We'll go over the water tools, learning about oceans, lakes, and rivers. We will cover a handful of asset placement techniques, and then we will end it off going over traditional levels and world partition. There is a lot to cover. Now don't feel overwhelmed because you can take this step by step and you don't have to learn every single technique in here. I'm trying to share with you as many as I can and things I wish I knew when I first started learning world building. Landscape Mode Basics. You're going to learn how to enable Landscape Mode. You're going to become familiar with some of the technical considerations for landscape sizes, and we are going to create a blank landscape to sculpt on. I'm back inside of our Megascans project, and I've created a new level. The first thing I'm going to do is remove the floor, selecting it and hit delete. I'm going to go to the top left in the selection mode and select landscape. The hotkey for that is Shift and 2. Now you might want to increase your camera speed. I'm mouse wheeling up so that I can get a bird's eye top-down view of the full landscape. The 3 tabs at the top are Manage, Sculpt, and Paint. The Manage allows us to create new landscapes, modify existing landscape and landscape components. The Sculpt does just that. It allows us to sculpt the selected landscape that we're on currently. And then the Paint, also pretty self-explanatory, allows us to paint down materials on our landscape using a variety of techniques that we will go over. We'll start with the Manage tab, and we have a new landscape, Edit, Enable Layers. We will go over that, but keep that at True. I like to have that at True. Material, we will also be creating our own basic landscape material. We can leave that empty, that's fine for now. Layers we will talk about, and then the transformations such as location, rotation, and scale. Then this is where it becomes more interesting. The section size, sections per component, and number of modify existing land selection mode, and select landscape. The hotkey for that is Shifts, and the hotkey for that is mouse wheeling up so that I can get a bird's eye top-down view of the full landscape. The 3 tabs at the top are Manage, Sculpt, and Paint. Manage allows us to create new landscapes, modify existing landscape and landscape components. The Sculpt does just that. It allows us to sculpt the selected landscape that we're on currently. And then the Paint, also pretty self-explanatory, allows us to paint down materials on our landscape using a variety of techniques that we will go over. We'll start with the Manage tab, and we have a new landscape, Edit, Enable Layers. We will go over that, but keep that at True. I like to have that at True. Material, we will also be creating our own basic landscape material. We can leave that empty, that's fine for now. Layers we will talk about, and then the transformations such as location, rotation, and scale. Then this is where it becomes more interesting. Landscape material, we can leave enable layers, we paint, also pretty self-explanatory, allows us to paint down materials on our landscape using a variety of techniques that we will go over. We'll start with the Manage tab, and we have a new landscape, Edit, Enable Layers. We will go over that, but keep that at True. I like to have that at True. Material, we will also be creating our own basic landscape material. We can leave that empty, that's fine for now. Layers we will talk about, and then the transformations such as location, rotation, and scale. Then this is where it becomes more interesting. The section size, sections per component, and number of components. All of these values are going to give us our overall resolution and our total components. Before we move on, let's talk about a few and critical technical considerations when creating landscapes. Striking the balance between beauty and performance when creating a landscape inside of Unreal is definitely something that can be a challenge. This is why it is fundamentally important to understand how the landscape actor is constructed before we create our first one. So landscapes are to enable layers we paint. Also, pretty self-explanatory, allows us to paint down materials on our landscape using a variety of techniques that we will go over. We'll start with the Manage tab, and we have a new landscape, Edit, Enable Layers. We will go over that, but keep that at True. I like to have that at True. Material, we will also be creating our own basic landscape material. We can leave that empty, that's fine for now. Layers we will talk about, and then the transformations such as location, rotation, and scale. Then this is where it becomes more interesting. The section size, sections per component, and number of components. All of these values are going to give us our overall resolution and our total components. Before we move on, let's talk about a few critical technical considerations when creating landscapes. Striking the balance between beauty and performance when creating a landscape inside of Unreal is definitely something that can be a challenge. This is why it is fundamentally important to understand how the landscape actor is constructed before we create our first one. So landscapes are divided into multiple landscape components, and this is what Unreal Engine uses as its base unit for rendering, visibility calculations, and collisions. All the landscape components in a landscape are the same size and are always square. Each component is stored in a single texture. Because of this, the texture's size must be a power of 2, the number of vertices. The shared row of vertices along an edge with 2 neighboring landscape components is duplicated and is stored for each one. For this reason, it makes sense to think about the number of 4-sided polygons, or quad, that is in each component. Now, this simple illustration here demonstrates that it contains 4 landscape components. Each one is made up of a single quad, and one has been separated to show you that the number of vertices are duplicated along the edge of the components. Components can be optionally divided into either 1 or 4. And it's 4 because it's a 2x2 subsection. So we're either dealing with 1x1 or a 2x2 subsection. And this will increase the resolution of the landscape. These subsections are actually used in the level of detail calculations. Now the size of each section, the number of vertices, must be a power of 2 with a maximum of 256 by 256. And this is to ensure that the level of details can be stored in the bitmap of the texture. Now this leads to the number of quads in a component in each direction, x or y, being a power of 2 value minus 1, or power of 2 value minus 2 if you're using the 4x4. This illustration shows us that each section is made up of 9 3x3 quads, and again you see the number of vertices where the shared sections meet are duplicated. The reason why it's important to understand this from the start is that it will impact your performance considerations. The choice in landscape component size compared to the total number of landscape components is a performance trade-off. Smaller landscapes facilitate quicker LOD transitions and the inclusions of more terrain. But smaller size also means you need more components. Each landscape component has a render, thread, CPU processing cost, and each section is a draw call. So try and keep these numbers to a minimum. And Epic's recommendation is a maximum of 1024 landscape components. I will link all of the documents for you to examine at your own pace. Should any of this be a little bit confusing, no worries, it took me a little while to wrap my head around it as well. That being said, let's hit the create button and use all the defaults and create our very first landscape that we can sculpt on.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mike here at Game from Scratch, and today we were checking out Project Titan from
Just yes.
Hello, is there anybody still watching?
هلو اخوتي hope you are doing good. انا دابا مسترمي في شويه الصوب دابا نقعد نزعل شي شويه.
This is the